The air smelled of old copper and wet pine needles, a scent so sharp it felt like it was trying to peel the lining of my nostrils. It was 11:14 p.m. I know the exact time because I had been staring at my watch, counting the seconds of silence between Elias and me. We were deep in the Blackwood Basin, a place where the trees grow so thick they seem to weave into a single, suffocating wall of bark. I reached out and adjusted the Coleman lantern. It was an old model, the kind that hissed with a rhythmic, mechanical heartbeat. It sat on the edge of our rusted folding table, casting a harsh, artificial circle of white light that cut through the darkness. Outside that circle, the world didn't just end, it dissolved. "Did you hear that?" Elias asked. His voice was thin, like paper being torn. He didn't look at me. He was staring at the line where the light died and the shadows began. "It's the wind, Elias, or a branch. It's a forest. Forests make noise." I said it with a clinical flatness, the way a doctor delivers bad news. I didn't feel the fear yet, but I felt the cold. It was a localized cold, settling specifically behind my knees and under my fingernails. "It wasn't a branch," he whispered. "It was a footstep, but it sounded heavy, like a boot hitting wet concrete." I looked at the lantern. The flame inside the mantle flickered, but there was no breeze. The air was unnervingly still, the kind of stillness that precedes a massive pressure shift. Then, the first wrong thing happened. The lantern moved. It didn't fall, it didn't tip, it slid. It moved 2 inches to the left, toward the edge of the table. The sound of metal dragging over rusted steel was a high-pitched screech that set my teeth on edge. I watched it, my eyes wide and unblinking. I waited for the rational explanation, an uneven table, a vibration in the earth, a trick of the light. But the table was level, and the lantern didn't stop at the edge. It reached the lip of the table and simply kept going. It didn't plummet to the dirt. It hovered for a fraction of a second, the white light illuminating the dead grass beneath it, and then it began to drift. It moved at the pace of a slow walk, a steady, purposeful gait. It stayed exactly 4 feet off the ground, perfectly level, as if carried by a hand that wasn't there. "Elias," I said. My voice was a dead thing. "I see it," he replied. He wasn't moving. He was paralyzed, his hands hovering over his lap like 2 pale spiders. The lantern drifted past the perimeter of our camp. The white light washed over the trunks of the pines, revealing the deep, vertical scars in the bark. It moved away from us, heading deeper into the black throat of the woods. There was no swinging motion, no sway, just a smooth, horizontal glide. I stood up. My joints felt like they were filled with crushed glass. I didn't want to follow it, but the thought of being left in the total, oppressive darkness was worse than the thought of chasing a ghost. "We have to get it," I said. "No," Elias whispered. "Look at the light, Marcus. Look at the light on the ground." I squinted. As the lantern moved farther away, the pool of light it cast on the forest floor was clear. There were no shadows of legs. There was no silhouette of a torso blocking the glow. There was only the lantern, a floating orb of manufactured light, walking away into the trees. We followed. We had no choice. The darkness was closing in behind us like a physical weight, pushing us toward the only light left in the world. As we stepped out of the campsite, the smell changed. The copper and pine were gone, replaced by the cloying, sweet scent of rotting peaches and ozone. It was the smell of a storm that refused to break. The lantern was 20 yards ahead now. It flickered once, twice, and for a heartbeat, the woods vanished into a void. When the light returned, the lantern had turned. It was no longer moving away. It was weaving through the trees in a rhythmic zigzag, as if it were navigating a crowded room. It's mimicking something, Elias said. He was walking directly behind me, his hand gripping the back of my jacket so hard I could feel his knuckles digging into my spine. What do you mean? The way it's moving, he muttered. It's avoiding things. It's walking around trees that aren't there. Look. He was right. The lantern suddenly jerked to the right, skirting an empty patch of dirt as if it were avoiding a large boulder. Then it dipped low, as if ducking under a low-hanging branch that didn't exist. It was reacting to a geography we couldn't see. We were walking through a forest of pine and dirt, but the lantern was navigating a different map entirely. The silence of the woods had become total. No crickets, no owls, not even the sound of our own breathing seemed to register. It was as if the air had become too thick to carry sound. Suddenly, the lantern stopped. It hung in the air 50 feet ahead of us, perfectly still. The hiss of the gas was the only thing left in the universe. We froze. My heart was thumping against my ribs, a dull, wet sound. Why did it stop? Elias whispered. I didn't answer. I noticed something else. The light from the lantern was changing. It was no longer the harsh, sterile white of a Coleman mantle. It was softening, turning a bruised, sickly yellow. I looked down at my feet. The shadows were wrong. My shadow, cast by the lantern ahead of us, wasn't pointing back toward our camp. It was stretching out to the side, elongated and distorted, as if there were a second light source somewhere deep in the earth beneath us. Marcus, Elias said, his voice trembling. My hands, look at my hands. He held them out into the yellow glow. His skin looked translucent like wax, but it wasn't the color that made the bile rise in my throat. It was the fact that his fingernails were gone. Where the nails should have been, there was only smooth, unbroken skin, as if they had never existed at all. I looked at my own hands. My nails were still there, but they were black, the color of dried blood. The lantern began to move again, but it wasn't walking away anymore. It began to rise. Slowly, it drifted upward, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. It ascended until it was high above the canopy of the trees. The yellow light spread out, illuminating the forest for hundreds of yards in every direction. In the sudden, massive expanse of light, I saw them. They were standing in the woods, hundreds of them, figures. They were perfectly still, positioned at regular intervals like a grid. They were all facing the same direction, away from us, toward the heart of the basin. They were dressed in faded, gray clothes that looked like they belonged to a different century. And every single one of them was holding an arm up, their hands empty, their fingers curled as if gripping the handle of a lantern that wasn't there. They're waiting, Elias whispered. The lantern high above us flickered and died. The darkness that slammed down upon us wasn't just the absence of light. It was heavy. It felt like being buried in cold, wet wool. I reached back for Elias, but my hand met only empty air. Elias, I called out. No answer, not even an echo. I stood there, my eyes straining against the blackness until they began to ache. I waited for the sound of his breathing, for the brush of his jacket, for anything. Then 100 yards ahead, a small, faint light sparked to life. It was a soft, bruised yellow. It was low to the ground, about 4 feet high, and it began to move. It wasn't moving away. It was walking toward me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my lighter. My fingers were numb, clumsy. I flicked the wheel. A tiny orange flame bloomed. It was pathetic against the vast, hungry dark, but it was enough to see my own feet. The ground was different. The pine needles were gone. I was standing on a floor of cracked, checkered linoleum, the kind you'd find in a 1950s hospital. I moved the lighter to the left. The linoleum ended abruptly, crumbling into the dirt of the forest floor. I wasn't in the woods anymore, or rather, the woods were no longer the only thing I was in. The reality of the Blackwood Basin was fraying, overlapping with something else, a liminal space, a memory of a building that had been dead for decades. The yellow light was closer now. I could hear the sound of footsteps, not the heavy boot clicks Elias had described, but a soft, wet shuffling, like someone dragging a heavy bag of meat across the floor. Elias, if that's you, stop, I said. My voice sounded tiny, muffled by the invisible walls of the hallway I was now standing in. The light stopped. It was 20 feet away. In the dim glow, I could see the outline of the lantern. It was my lantern, my Coleman, but the metal was no longer rusted. It was polished, gleaming like new silver. And then a hand reached into the circle of light. It was a human hand, but the proportions were wrong. The fingers were too long, with too many knuckles. The skin was the color of a fish's belly. It gripped the handle of the lantern with a delicate, practiced grace. The hand belonged to a sleeve, a thick wool coat sleeve, gray and moth-eaten. "The light is for the guests," a voice said. It didn't come from the figure. It came from the air right next to my ear. It was a woman's voice, calm and clinical, like a nurse explaining a procedure. "The guests must not be lost. The basin is very large, and the rooms are all the same." I swung my lighter around. There was no one there, but the linoleum floor now stretched out as far as my little flame could reach. The trees were gone. I was standing in a hallway that seemed to go on forever, with closed wooden doors every 10 feet. The figure with the lantern began to walk again. It passed me. As it went by, I didn't see a face. I saw a void where a head should have been, a hollow space filled with the same bruised yellow light that emanated from the lantern. I looked down at the floor as the figure passed. In the pool of light it cast, I saw Elias. He was lying on the linoleum, his body twisted at an impossible angle. He was staring up at me, his eyes wide and vacant. He wasn't dead. His chest was moving in short, shallow jerks, but he was different. His skin was starting to turn that same translucent, waxy white, and his mouth had been sewn shut with thick, black fishing line. "Elias," I knelt down, dropping the lighter. The flame went out. I scrambled in the dark, my hands slapping against the cold linoleum. I found his shoulder. It felt like cold clay. "I'm here, I've got you," I hissed, my voice cracking. I felt his hand reach up. He grabbed my wrist. His grip was terrifyingly strong. He pulled my hand toward his face. I felt the rough texture of the black thread across his lips. He began to move my fingers. He was tracing something on my palm. "Letters. Diontlo Kyups." The yellow light returned, brighter now. It was coming from directly above us. I didn't want to look. Every instinct in my body, every evolutionary hardwiring for survival, told me to keep my eyes on the floor. But the light was warm. It felt like a summer afternoon. It felt like safety. I looked up. The ceiling of the hallway was gone. Above us was the night sky, but the stars were wrong. They were too large, and they were pulsing in time with my heartbeat. And hanging from the stars, suspended by invisible wires, were thousands of lanterns. They weren't Coleman lanterns. They were old Victorian-style lamps, their glass stained with soot, and inside each one wasn't a flame. Inside each lantern was a human eye. Thousands of them, all different colors, blue, brown, green, gray, all blinking in unison, and every single one of them was looking down at me. "The guests have arrived," the nurse's voice said, sounding pleased. I felt a sharp, cold sting in the back of my neck. My vision began to blur. The last thing I saw before the world went black was the lantern that had walked away. It was sitting on the floor next to Elia's head. The door of the lantern opened, and a small, pale tongue licked the glass. When I woke up, the smell of copper was back. I was sitting at the folding table in our campsite. The sun was just beginning to bleed over the horizon, casting long, orange shadows through the pines. Elias was sitting across from me. He was drinking coffee from a tin mug. He looked normal. His fingernails were back. His mouth was open as he blew on the hot liquid. "You fell asleep hard, man," he said, grinning. "I thought I was going to have to carry you to the car." I stared at him. My throat felt like it was full of sand. The lantern, I managed to croak. Elias glanced at the table. Our lantern was sitting right where it had been the night before. It was rusted. It was cold. "What about it?" he asked. It walked away. We followed it. The hallway, the eyes. Elias laughed. It was a warm, genuine sound. "You had a hell of a nightmare, Marcus. The altitude gets to people. Come on, let's pack up. I want to be out of these woods by noon." I nodded, feeling a wave of relief so intense it made my head swim. It was a dream. Of course it was a dream. The mind plays tricks in the silence of the woods. I stood up to help him pack the tent. As I reached for the lantern to put it in the crate, I stopped. There was a small, circular smudge on the glass. I leaned in closer. It wasn't a smudge of dirt or grease. It was a fingerprint, but it wasn't on the outside of the glass. It was on the inside. And as I watched, a small black thread, thick like fishing line, slowly unspooled from the bottom of the mantle and vanished into the fuel tank. "Ready?" Elias asked. He was standing by the car, his back to me. I looked at his neck. At the very base of his skull, just beneath the hairline, there was a small, bruised yellow mark. It was the shape of a keyhole. "Ready," I said. I picked up the lantern. It felt heavier than it should. As I walked toward the car, I realized I wasn't feeling the ground beneath my boots anymore. The dirt felt smooth. It felt like linoleum. I didn't look back. I knew that if I did, the trees would be gone. And I knew that somewhere, in a hallway that never ended, the guests were still waiting for their light. The engine of the old Subaru hummed with a vibration that felt like it was trying to shake my teeth loose. Elias sat in the passenger seat, his profile silhouetted against the morning sun. He was whistling, a low, melodic tune that I didn't recognize. It was catchy, the kind of song that gets under your skin and stays there, but it felt hollow, as if the sound were coming from a flute made of bone rather than a human throat. I kept my hands clamped on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. Every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, I expected to see the Blackwood Basin rising up behind us like a tidal wave of bark and needles. But there was only the gravel road, the dust kicking up in a lazy, golden screen. "You're quiet," Elias said. He didn't turn his head. He was staring at the glove box. "Just tired," I lied. My voice felt like it was being squeezed through a straw. That dream, it stayed with me. You ever have one of those, where the smell follows you into the waking world? Elias finally turned. His eyes were bright, almost too clear. The irises seemed to have expanded, pushing the whites into thin, frantic borders. What did it smell like, Marcus? Copper, I said, and rotting peaches. Elias smiled. It was a slow, wide expression that didn't reach his eyes. Peaches, that's specific. Maybe we should stop at a roadside stand on the way back, get some fruit, get the taste out of your head. I didn't answer. I was looking at the dashboard clock. 7:42 a.m. The red digital numbers flickered. For a second, just a fraction of a heartbeat, they shifted. They didn't show the time. They showed a series of vertical lines like the bars of a cage. Then they snapped back. We hit the main highway an hour later. The transition should have brought relief. Asphalt, road signs, the occasional passing semi-truck, these were the anchors of a rational world. But the further we drove from the basin, the more the world felt like a theatrical set being wheeled away. The mountains in the distance looked flat, like painted canvas. The sky was a blue that felt too saturated, a hue that belonged in a coloring book, not the atmosphere. I need to hit a restroom, Elias said as we approached a derelict gas station. The sign out front, gas and gulp, was missing the S and the P. It sat hunched by the side of the road like a dying animal. Can't you wait until the next town? I asked. My chest was tight. I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to turn the engine off. Nature calls, Marcus. Don't be a dick. He hopped out before the car had fully stopped rolling. I watched him walk toward the cinderblock building. His gait was different. He wasn't swinging his arms. They hung dead at his sides, swinging slightly with the momentum of his hips. He looked like a puppet being operated by someone who hadn't quite mastered the tension of the strings. I sat in the idling car, the air conditioner blowing a thin stream of lukewarm air. I looked at the lantern sitting in the back seat. It was buckled into the middle seat belt. Elias had insisted on it, joking about safety first for the antiques. In the daylight, it looked pathetic, a piece of junk. But then I saw the fuel tank. The Coleman was a pressure-fed model. You had to pump it to build the air that forced the white gas into the mantle. I hadn't touched it since the night before, but the little pressure gauge on the side was buried in the red. The needle was vibrating so hard it was a blur. It was overpressurized. It should have exploded. I reached back, my hand trembling, intending to vent the cap. As my fingers brushed the cold metal, I heard a sound. Tabu, tabu, tabu. It was coming from the window next to me. I jerked my head around. An old man was standing there. He was wearing a grease-stained jumpsuit and a cap pulled low over his eyes. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the lantern. I rolled the window down an inch. Can I help you? You're leaking, the man said. His voice was a dry rattle, like dead leaves in a gutter. The car, is it the radiator? No, the man whispered. He pointed a gnarled finger at the lantern. The light, it's leaking out of the seams. You can't bring that into the valley, son. The valley is already full. There's no room for more guests. I felt a cold sweat break across my forehead. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just camping. The man leaned closer, his face pressing against the glass. His skin was the same waxy, translucent texture I'd seen on Elias' hands in the woods. He's not your friend anymore, the man hissed. He's just the box they're using to carry the key. Before I could respond, the bathroom door slammed open. Elias jogged back to the car, his movements suddenly fluid and energetic again. The old man vanished. He didn't walk away. He simply wasn't there anymore. 1 second his face was against my window, and the next there was only the empty, shimmering heat of the parking lot. Ready to roll, Elias hopped in, smelling faintly of ozone. "Who was that guy?" I asked, my voice cracking. "What guy?" Elias was buckling his seatbelt, humming that same tune again. "The mechanic, the guy in the jumpsuit." Elias looked around the empty lot. "Marcus, you're losing it. There's nobody here. This place is abandoned. Look at the pumps." I looked. The gas pumps were wrapped in rusted chains. The glass displays were smashed. Thick weeds grew up through the concrete. The station hadn't served a customer in 20 years. I saw him," I whispered. "You need sleep," Elias said, his voice dropping into that calm, clinical tone. "Real sleep. Not the kind you get in a tent. When we get back to the city, I'll drop you off. You can crash for 18 hours. I put the car in gear and pulled away, but I didn't look at the rearview mirror. I was afraid I'd see the old man standing in the middle of the road, holding a lantern of his own. The drive back to the city usually took 4 hours. We had been driving for 6. The scenery hadn't changed. The same flat mountains, the same yellow grass, the same gas and gulp sign appeared every 20 miles. We were in a loop. I knew it, but my brain refused to process the impossibility of it. I kept driving because stopping felt like an invitation. "Why is the sun still in the same place?" I asked. I didn't care if I sounded crazy anymore. Elias looked out the window. "It's a long afternoon, Marcus. Enjoy it." "It's been 2:14 p.m. for 3 hours, Elias." I slammed my hand against the dashboard. Elias didn't flinch. He slowly turned his head toward me. His neck made a series of wet, popping sounds, like knuckles cracking underwater. "Time is a geography," he said. "In the basin, you can walk from Tuesday to Friday if you know the path. But you're trying to drive in a straight line. That's your mistake. You're trying to use a map of the world to navigate a map of the house." "The house." "The place with the linoleum, Marcus. The place with the doors. You saw it. Don't pretend you didn't. You were so close to the ceiling. Didn't you like the eyes? They liked you. They haven't seen anything new in a very long time." I slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched on the asphalt, and the car fishtailed before coming to a dead stop in the middle of the empty highway. "Get out," I said. Elias blinked. "What?" "Get out of my car. I don't care who you are or what happened in those woods, but you aren't Elias. Elias doesn't talk like a textbook. Elias doesn't have a keyhole in his neck." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the engine noise seemed to have been sucked into a vacuum. Elias didn't get angry. He didn't scream. He just sat there, staring at me with those wide, too clear eyes. Then he reached up and touched the back of his neck. "It's not a keyhole, Marcus," he said softly. "It's a vent." He gripped the edges of his own throat. With a slow, deliberate motion, he pulled. The skin didn't tear, it unzipped. A vertical seam opened from his chin down to his collarbone. There was no blood. There were no muscles or veins. Inside the cavity of his chest, there was only a soft, bruised yellow glow. And there, nestled where his heart should have been, was a small, brass valve. A thin trail of vapor escaped the opening. The scent of rotting peaches filled the cabin. "I'm losing pressure," the thing that looked like Elias said. Its voice was no longer coming from its mouth. It was vibrating out of the open chest cavity. "I need the light, Marcus. Give it to me." I scrambled for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The locks were down and the plastic was turning soft, melting into the fabric of the door frame. I looked at the passenger side. Elias, the shell of him, was leaning toward me. The yellow light inside him was pulsing, growing brighter. The lantern, it whispered, open the glass, let the guest out. I lunged for the back seat, grabbing the Coleman. My plan was to use it as a weapon to smash the window, but as soon as my hands touched the metal, the lantern began to hiss. The sound was deafening, a high-pitched scream of escaping gas. The mantle inside didn't just glow, it ignited into a miniature sun. The interior of the car vanished. The seats, the dashboard, the Elias thing, everything was swallowed by a whiteout of pure, blinding intensity. When my vision cleared, I wasn't in the car. I was standing in a hallway. The floor was checkered linoleum. The walls were a pale, institutional green, peeling in long, sickly strips. There were no windows. Every 10 feet, there was a heavy wooden door with a small, brass number plate. I was holding the lantern. It was cool to the touch now. The light it cast was steady and dim. Room 412, a voice whispered. I turned. A woman was standing behind me. She was wearing a nurse's uniform from the 1940s, stiff white fabric, a pleated cap. Her face was a smooth, featureless mask of skin. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank canvas of flesh. The guest in 412 has been waiting for his eyes, she said. She pointed a gloved hand down the hall. Where is Elias? I screamed. The sound didn't travel. It fell flat at my feet, as if the air were made of lead. Elias is being processed, the nurse said. He was a good vessel, but his seams were weak. He liked too much. However, you have excellent pressure, Marcus. Your skin is very tight. I backed away, the lantern swinging in my hand. I'm not staying here. This isn't real. I'm in the car. I'm having a breakdown. Reality is just a consensus of light, the nurse said, her voice echoing from the walls themselves. And here, the light belongs to us. Look at your shadow, Marcus. It's tired of following you. I looked down. My shadow was no longer attached to my feet. It was standing up, leaning against the wall of the hallway. It was taller than me, its limbs elongated and jagged. It reached into its shadow pocket and pulled out a shadow cigarette, lighting it with a flick of its wrist. It wants to go for a walk, the nurse said, but you have to give it permission. You have to open the lantern. No, I gripped the handle tighter. This is mine. It was never yours. It walked into your camp because it needed a ride. You were just the chauffeur. The nurse began to glide toward me. She didn't have feet. The hem of her skirt trailed on the linoleum like a shroud. I turned and ran. The hallway stretched. For every step I took, the doors seemed to multiply. 413, 414, 415. The numbers climbed into the thousands. I passed figures standing in the dark alcoves, the same figures from the woods. They were still holding their arms up, their empty hands waiting for a handle to grasp. As I ran, I heard the sound of the lantern. Clink, clink, clink. It wasn't the metal handle hitting the frame. It was something inside the glass, something tapping to be let out. I stopped in front of a door marked exit. It was a heavy steel door with a push bar. I threw my weight against it, expecting it to lead back to the highway, to the sun, to anything but this. The door swung open. I stepped through and found myself back in the Blackwood Basin. It was night again, 11:14 p.m. I was standing at our campsite. The rusted folding table was there. The smell of copper and wet pine needles was so thick I could taste it. Elias was sitting in his chair. He was staring at the line where the light died and the shadows began. "Did you hear that?" he asked. His voice was thin, like paper being torn. I looked at the lantern in my hand. It was the only light in the world. "It's the wind, Elias," I said. My voice sounded clinical, flat, like a doctor delivering bad news. I walked over to the table and set the lantern down. It hissed with a rhythmic, mechanical heartbeat. "It wasn't a branch," Elias whispered. "It was a footstep, but it sounded heavy." I looked at my hands. They were translucent. My fingernails were gone. I looked at Elias. I wanted to tell him to run. I wanted to tell him that we were trapped in a loop, that the woods were a hallway, that the stars were eyes. But when I tried to speak, I felt the resistance. My mouth was sewn shut with thick, black fishing line. I reached out and adjusted the Coleman lantern. I moved it 2 inches to the left, toward the edge of the table. The sound of metal dragging over rusted steel was a high-pitched screech. I watched the lantern. I waited for the moment it would decide to leave. Because I knew what happened next. I knew that in a few minutes I would stand up and follow the light. I would walk into the trees and I would join the grid. I would stand with my arm raised, my fingers curled, waiting for the next guest to arrive. And then I saw it. On the far side of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the white light, a second lantern sparked to life. It was being carried by a man in a grease-stained jumpsuit. He looked at me and winked. Then he turned and began to walk away, his lantern navigating a geography of rooms and hallways that only the dead could see. "Marcus," Elias asked, turning to look at me for the first time, "why are you crying?" I couldn't answer. I just watched the light. The lantern reached the edge of the table. It didn't fall. It didn't tip. It simply kept going, drifting into the black throat of the woods at the pace of a slow, purposeful walk. "We have to get it," I thought. But I didn't move. I just waited for the pressure to shift. I waited for the nurse to tell me that my room was ready. In the distance, the thousands of eyes in the sky began to blink, counting down the seconds until the sun would never rise again. The pressure in the clearing didn't just feel like heavy air anymore. It felt like being submerged in deep, cold water. Every breath was a choreographed struggle. I watched the lantern, the one that had been our only companion, drift into the tree line. It didn't bob or sway with the uneven terrain of the forest floor. It glided at a consistent height, exactly 36 inches off the ground, as if it were being carried by a ghost with a perfectly steady gait. Elias stood up. His movements were jerky, the fluid grace he'd shown in the car replaced by the rusted mechanics of a toy soldier. "We can't lose the light, Marcus. If we lose the light, the walls come in." He didn't look at me. He couldn't. My face was a map of silver scars where the fishing line had pulled my skin into a permanent, silent pout. I tried to reach out, to grab his sleeve, to tell him that the walls were already there, but my hand felt like it belonged to someone else. It was pale, the color of a fish's belly, and when I moved my fingers, I could see the faint, yellow glow of the guest pulsing beneath my skin. Elias, I thought, the name echoing in the hollow of my skull. "Don't go. The mechanic is waiting." But Elias was already moving. He stepped out of the circle of the campfire, which had long since turned to cold, gray ash, and followed the receding glow of the Coleman. I had no choice. The tether wasn't visible, but it was there, a psychic umbilical cord hooked into the base of my spine. If the lantern moved, I moved. We entered the trees. The transition was instantaneous. One step, I was on pine needles. The next, my boots clicked against the checkered linoleum I had seen in the house. The trees were still there, but they were translucent, like reflections on a window pane. Behind them, through the ghostly bark, I could see the endless rows of green doors. The mechanic was 20 yards ahead. His lantern cast a harsh, flickering strobe that revealed things in the flashes. Flash, a man in a business suit standing perfectly still against an oak tree, his eyes replaced by brass dials. Flash, a woman in a nightgown kneeling in a patch of ferns, her hands folded in prayer, though her fingers had grown into long wooden roots that disappeared into the soil. Flash, the nurse, leaning against a doorframe that shouldn't have existed, checking a clipboard made of human bone. "He's leading us to the boiler room," Elias whispered. He was walking faster now, his breathing coming in short, wet gasps. "The pressure is too high, Marcus. Can't you feel it? The valve. It's stuck." I looked at the back of Elias' neck. The seam I had seen in the car, the one he had unzipped, was gone, replaced by a row of crude black stitches. They were leaking a thick, amber fluid that smelled of overripe fruit and ozone. The mechanic stopped. He turned around, his face still shadowed by the brim of his cap. He held his lantern up high, illuminating a specific tree, a massive, ancient cedar that seemed to be breathing. Its bark rose and fell in a slow, rhythmic heave. "This is your stop," the mechanic said. His voice wasn't a rattle anymore. It was a hum, the sound of 1,000 bees trapped in a jar. "Room 412. The guest is tired of waiting. He's been in the dark since the fire of '88, and he's very, very hungry for a new perspective." The mechanic reached out and touched the trunk of the cedar. A door handle, brass, tarnished, and cold, materialized out of the wood. "No," Elias moaned, dropping to his knees. "I'm not a room, I'm a person. I have a Subaru, I have a lease, I have." "You have a leak," the mechanic interrupted. He stepped toward Elias, his movements blurring, as if he were occupying several spaces at once. "You've been venting soul for the last 10 miles, kid. There's nothing left inside but the pilot light. And Marcus here, he's the backup generator." I tried to run, but the linoleum floor suddenly became slick, coated in that same amber fluid leaking from Elias. I slid, crashing hard against the base of the tree door. The wood felt like warm flesh. It pulsed against my shoulder, a heartbeat that matched the rhythm of the lantern's hiss. The mechanic looked at me. For the first time, I saw his eyes. They weren't eyes at all. They were the mantles of a lantern, burning with an intense, white-hot fury. "The light doesn't walk away because it wants to leave," the mechanic whispered, leaning over me. "It walks away because it's leading the harvest. You thought you were the one carrying the lantern. No, son, the lantern was carrying you. It brought you exactly where the house needed you to be." He grabbed the handle of the Coleman lantern, our lantern, which had come to rest on a stump nearby. With a violent motion, he smashed the glass. The sound wasn't a shatter, it was a scream, a physical wave of sound that knocked the translucent trees flat. The white light didn't dissipate. It poured out like liquid mercury, spreading across the linoleum, rising up around our ankles. In the center of the spilled light, something began to take shape. It was tall, impossibly thin, and dressed in the tattered remains of a tuxedo. It had no head, only a large, ornate lantern where a skull should have been. The wick inside was a twisting, screaming tongue of flame. "The concierge," the nurse's voice, echoed from the darkness. The creature reached out a long, multi-jointed arm. It touched Elias' forehead. The black stitches on Elias' neck popped one by one, the sound like a string of firecrackers. Elias didn't scream. He simply deflated. His skin sagged, his bones seemed to liquefy, and within seconds he was nothing more than a discarded suit of clothes lying on the floor. But the amber light that had been inside him didn't vanish. The concierge scooped it up, a glowing ball of essence, and shoved it into the glass casing of its own head. The flame inside turned a vibrant, sickly orange. Then the creature turned its lantern head toward me. The heat was unbearable. I felt the fishing line in my mouth begin to melt, the plastic stinging my gums. I found my voice, a raspy, broken thing. What do you want? The concierge didn't speak. It didn't have to. The images flooded my mind, projected directly from the light in its head. I saw the Blackwood Basin not as a forest, but as a giant, sprawling hotel that had been folded into the dimensions of the woods. I saw the guests, entities from a place where light was food, occupying the bodies of hikers, campers, and lost souls. I saw the house expanding, one room at a time, one lantern at a time. "You are the new vessel," the mechanic said, standing behind the concierge. Elias was a prototype, too much humanity left in the mix. It made him volatile. But you, Marcus, you've been empty for years. We've been watching you. The way you look at the world like you're already behind a pane of glass. You're perfect. The concierge stepped closer. The light from its head was so bright now that I couldn't see the hallway or the trees. I could only see the white. "Open the door, Marcus," the mechanic commanded. My hand, acting on its own, reached up and grasped the brass handle on the cedar tree. I turned it. The door didn't lead to a room. It led to a mirror. I looked at my reflection. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a frame of brass and glass. My ribs were the protective struts. My lungs were the fuel tank. And my heart was a small, flickering wick waiting for a spark. Now the mechanic whispered, his voice sounding like it was coming from inside my own chest. "Let's go for a walk. There are more guests arriving at the trailhead. They'll be looking for a light to follow." The whiteout swallowed everything. I woke up in the driver's seat of the Subaru. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, the air was cool and smelled of pine. I felt wonderful, better than I had in years. The chronic heaviness in my chest, the sense of displacement that had haunted my adult life was gone. I felt light, almost weightless. I looked over at the passenger seat. Elias was there, scrolling through his phone. "Man, I must have passed out for a second," he said, rubbing his eyes. "Did we hit a pothole?" "Something like that," I said. My voice was smooth, melodic. It sounded like a flute made of bone, though I didn't realize it. "We should get moving," Elias said, pointing to the road ahead. "The basin is only another 20 miles. I want to get the tent set up before dark." "Actually," I said, putting the car in gear, "I know a better spot. It's a bit further in, a place called the Valley of the Guests. It has excellent amenities." Elias frowned. "I've never heard of that. Is it on the map?" "The map is old, Elias. Things change. New rooms are being added all the time." I checked the rearview mirror. I didn't see the road behind us. I saw a long, green hallway with checkered linoleum floors. And standing in the middle of the road, waving goodbye, was a nurse with a blank face. I reached back and touched the Coleman lantern sitting in the back seat. It was cool. It was quiet. But I could feel the pressure building inside it, a beautiful, terrible tension that was begging to be released. "Hey," Elias said, looking at me sideways. "Your eyes look weird. Are you wearing contacts?" "No," I smiled, and for a brief second, the light in the cabin shifted, turning a brilliant, oversaturated yellow. "I just finally saw the light, Elias, that's all." We drove toward the mountains that looked like painted canvas, the sky that was too blue. Behind us, in the middle of the highway, a single brass key lay on the asphalt, glinting in the sun. It didn't belong to a car or a house. It was the kind of key you'd find in a hotel. And as we disappeared into the shadow of the Blackwood Basin, the key began to sink into the road, as if the asphalt were turning into water, or perhaps into the soft, yielding surface of linoleum. The engine hummed. Elias whistled a tune he didn't recognize. And in the backseat, the lantern began to walk, its tiny metal feet tapping a rhythmic, hungry beat against the upholstery. Clink, clink, clink. The guests were waiting, and we were bringing the light. The hum of the Subaru's tires against the asphalt began to change pitch. It wasn't the rhythmic thrum of rubber on stone anymore. It was the melodic, metallic singing of a wet finger traced around the rim of a crystal glass. Elias didn't seem to notice. He was leaning his head against the window, his breath fogging the glass in a pattern that looked disturbingly like a topographical map of a place that didn't exist. "Marcus," he said, his voice sounding like it was drifting from the bottom of a well, "why is the sun purple?" I looked through the windshield. The sky had bruised into a deep, regal violet, the kind of color you only see in the center of a flame or the depths of a mourning shroud. The trees flanking the highway were no longer swaying in the wind. They were vibrating, their needles shivering with a high-frequency tension that made my teeth ache. "It's just the atmospheric refraction, Elias," I said. My tongue felt heavy, coated in a metallic film that tasted of copper and old coins. The basin has a unique microclimate. You know that. The light plays tricks. "Right," Elias whispered, though he didn't sound convinced. He reached for the radio, his fingers trembling. He twisted the knob, seeking out the comforting static of a local station, but all that came through the speakers was the sound of a heartbeat, slow, steady, and amplified until the door panels rattled. Thump shh, thump shh. "I think the speakers are blown," Elias said, but he didn't turn it off. He stared at the dashboard, where the digital clock was rapidly cycling through numbers that weren't meant to measure time. 1488, 9901, 0000. I didn't look at the clock, I looked at the road. The yellow lines in the center were beginning to peel upward, fluttering like ribbons in a slipstream. They weren't painted on, they were strips of tape, and as they lifted, I could see what lay beneath the asphalt. It wasn't gravel or dirt. It was a dark, polished wood, like the floor of a grand ballroom. "We're almost there," I said. I felt a surge of warmth in my chest, a glowing coal of anticipation. The pressure was perfect now. My skin felt like a drumhead, tuned to a frequency that allowed me to hear the whispers of the walls waiting just beyond the tree line. "Marcus, pull over," Elias said suddenly. He was sitting bolt upright now, his eyes wide and fixed on the rearview mirror. "Pull over right now." "We can't stop here, Elias. We're on a schedule. The concierge expects us." "The who?" Elias turned to me, and for a second the mask of his face slipped. I saw the seams again, the black fishing line pulling at the corners of his eyes, his skin looking like parchment stretched over a hollow frame. "Who is the concierge, Marcus? Why are you talking like that? Your voice. It sounds like there's more than one of you speaking." I gripped the steering wheel. It felt soft, like human cartilage. "I'm just excited for the trip, Elias. Don't be so sensitive. Look at the view." The highway took a sharp turn, and the forest opened up into a vast, bowl-shaped valley. This was the Blackwood Basin, but it had been renovated. The trees were arranged in perfect, geometric grids, their branches interlocking to form a vaulted ceiling of living timber. In the center of the valley stood a structure that defied the laws of perspective. It was a hotel made of shadows and glass, its towers rising into the violet sky like the jagged teeth of a saw. Every window was a different color, a kaleidoscope of trapped light, and from the grand entrance, a red carpet rolled out across the valley floor, turning the grass into velvet as it touched it. "That's not a campsite," Elias choked out. He scrambled for the door handle, but it had vanished. The interior of the car was changing. The fabric of the seats was becoming leather. The plastic dashboard was hardening into mahogany. The scent of the pine air freshener was replaced by the overwhelming aroma of floor wax and stale lilies. "It's better than a campsite," I said, my voice now a resonant chime. "It's a permanent reservation." I steered the Subaru, now a long, black limousine with tinted windows that showed no reflection, onto the velvet carpet. The car didn't roll. It glided, the engine's heartbeat syncing perfectly with the thrumming of the valley. We pulled up to the grand entrance. The mechanic was there, dressed in a crisp, charcoal gray suit that still bore the faint, oily sheen of his previous life. He stepped forward and opened the passenger door. "Welcome back, Mr. Elias," the mechanic said, bowing low. "We've prepared the honeymoon suite. It has excellent ventilation, very little leakage." Elias tried to scream, but the sound was caught in his throat, a dry rattle of air. He was pulled from the car not by hands, but by the sheer gravity of the building. He stumbled onto the velvet, his limbs moving in that same jerky, toy soldier fashion I had seen in the woods. I stepped out of the driver's side. I felt tall. I felt radiant. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were made of polished brass, my joints intricate hinges that moved with silent precision. "And for you, Marcus," the mechanic said, handing me a silver tray. On the tray sat the Coleman lantern, but its glass had been replaced by a single, massive diamond. "The lobby needs its evening glow. The guests are arriving from the 11:14 p.m. shift." I took the lantern. It felt light as a feather, yet I knew it held the weight of 1,000 suns. "Is he ready?" I asked, nodding toward Elias, who was being led toward the golden revolving doors by the nurse. She was wearing a pillbox hat now, a small veil covering the void where her face should have been. "He's being calibrated," the mechanic replied. "He'll make a fine chandelier for the ballroom. His soul has a very high refractive index once you strip away the ego." I walked toward the hotel. The air was thick with the sound of ticking clocks, millions of them, all out of sync, creating a chaotic symphony of passing seconds. As I crossed the threshold, the world of the highway, the car, and the rusted folding table vanished. There was only the house. The lobby was a cathedral of light and shadow. The floor was a mosaic of eyes, all of them blinking in unison. Guests moved through the space with a haunting elegance, figures in Victorian gowns with bird cages for heads, men in tuxedos whose shadows were three-dimensional and walked several paces behind them, and children whose laughter sounded like breaking glass. I took my position at the center of the lobby, standing atop a pedestal of black marble. I raised the lantern high. The diamond caught the violet light from the windows and fractured it, sending beams of pure, white energy into every corner of the room. I felt the connection instantly. I was the hub. I was the source. Every room in the hotel, every hallway that stretched into the infinite dark of the basin, was fed by the light I held. I could see into the rooms. In room 413, a man was unpacking a suitcase filled with his own memories, hanging them on hooks like suits of clothes. In room 902, A woman was sitting at a vanity, brushing her hair until it fell out in long, golden strands that turned into wiring for the lamps. And in the basement, in the boiler room, I saw Elias. He was suspended from the ceiling by hooks of light. The nurse and the mechanic were working on him with surgical precision, peeling back the layers of his personality like the skin of an onion. They laid the pieces out on a workbench, his love for jazz, his fear of heights, the memory of his first car, and began to polish them until they shone. "He's beautiful," the nurse whispered, her voice echoing through the lantern in my hand. "Look at the way his regret glows. It's a perfect amber." I watched as they began to assemble the chandelier. They used his bones for the frame and his nerves for the wiring. His eyes were placed at the very center, two burning orbs that would forever watch the dancers in the ballroom below. I felt a pang of something, a ghost of a feeling, a vestige of the man who had once been Marcus. It was a small, cold spark of guilt. "We were just going camping," the spark whispered. I tightened my grip on the lantern. The diamond flared, and the spark was consumed by the white-hot intensity of the house. The guilt didn't disappear. It was simply repurposed. It became the fuel for the light. "Marcus." The voice came from the front desk. I turned my brass head. A new guest had arrived. It was a young woman, her clothes torn and stained with mud. She was clutching a map of the Blackwood Basin, her knuckles white. She looked exhausted, her eyes darting around the lobby with a mixture of awe and terror. I saw the light from the road," she said, her voice trembling. "My car broke down. I've been walking for hours. Is there a phone? I need to call a tow truck." I looked at her. I saw the pressure behind her skin. I saw the tightness of her seams. She was a magnificent vessel, fresh and full of untapped energy. I lowered the lantern slightly, casting a warm, inviting glow over her. "Welcome to the basin, miss," I said, my voice like a velvet curtain falling. "You're just in time. The night is only beginning." The mechanic appeared at her side, his oily smile reflecting in the polished brass of my chest. "Let me help you with those bags, dear. We have a room waiting. Room 416. It has a lovely view of the trees." "I don't have any bags," she said, backing away. "I just need a phone." "The house provides everything you need," I told her. "You won't need to call anyone. Everyone you've ever known is already here, in one room or another." She looked at me, and for a second she saw past the brass and the glass. She saw the wick that used to be my heart. She turned to run, but the revolving doors were gone. In their place was a solid wall of ancient cedar, its bark breathing with a slow, rhythmic heave. The nurse approached her, holding a silver tray with a single black key. "Your room is ready, guest. Please don't keep the light waiting. It's very rude to leave a shadow standing in the hallway." The girl screamed, but the sound didn't travel. It fell flat at her feet, as if the air were made of lead. I raised the lantern again, and the lobby erupted in a celebratory strobe of white and violet. The clocks all struck 13 at once, a deafening chime that shook the very foundations of the valley. I watched as they led her toward the elevators. I watched as her shadow detached itself from her feet and began to light a shadow cigarette, leaning casually against a pillar. I was happy. I was useful. I was the lantern that walked away, and now I was the light that stayed. Outside, the thousands of eyes in the sky blinked in satisfaction. The harvest was good. The grid was expanding. And somewhere, deep in the woods, another Coleman lantern sparked to life in the hands of a lonely hiker. its rhythmic hiss promising a way out of the dark. But I knew better. There was no out. There was only the house and the infinite hallway and the beautiful, crushing pressure of the light. I stood on my pedestal and waited for the next guest. I waited for the next spark to be added to the flame. And as the sun that would never rise again stayed hidden beneath the horizon, I began to hum, a low mechanical vibration that matched the heartbeat of the hotel. Clink-a, clink-a, clink-a. The lantern inside me was tapping on the glass. It wanted to be let out, but I held it tight. It was mine. It was all I was. Reality is just a consensus of light, I whispered to the empty lobby. And here, the light belonged to us. The woman's scream didn't just fail to travel, it was harvested. As the sound left her throat, the crystalline chandeliers overhead, Elia's new brothers, vibrated in sympathy, turning the jagged frequency of her terror into a soft, melodic hum that fueled the emergency exit signs. In the house, nothing was wasted. The laws of thermodynamics here were replaced by the laws of hospitality, and hospitality demanded total consumption. The mechanic leaned in close to her, his shadow stretching out across the checkered floor like a spilled inkwell. "Don't fret, Elise," he said, using a name she hadn't given him. "The transition is the only part that pinches. After that, you'll find the geometry of the soul is much more flexible than the anatomy of the body." She spun around, her eyes frantic, looking for the Subaru, for the road, for the purple sky, anything that resembled the nightmare she had been living 10 minutes ago. But the lobby had expanded. The walls of the entrance had receded into a shimmering haze of gold leaf and velvet. Behind her, where the cedar door had been, stood a grandfather clock the size of a redwood tree. Its pendulum was a scythe, swinging with a slow, hypnotic lethargy that seemed to slice the very air into manageable segments of duration. "Marcus," she cried out, spotting me on my pedestal. She didn't know me, but I was the only thing in the room that stood still, the only thing that held a light she recognized. "Please help me. I don't belong here." I looked down at her through my glass-paned ribs. I wanted to tell her that belonging was a concept for people who still had shadows attached to their heels. I wanted to explain that she was a guest, and a guest is simply a ghost who hasn't finished checking in yet. But my vocal cords were brass wires now, and when I spoke, the sound was a chord of dissonant bells. "You are expected," I chimed. "The house has been hollow for a very long time, Elise. It needs your volume to fill the voids." The nurse stepped forward, her faceless head tilting with a terrifying avian curiosity. She reached out a hand, white-gloved, slender, and impossibly long, and touched the girl's cheek. Where her fingers brushed the skin, the girl's color faded, the vibrant flush of her fear turning into the dull, matte gray of a charcoal sketch. "See," the nurse whispered, her voice a dry rustle of silk, "you're already settling in. The pigment is the first thing to go. It's so heavy, isn't it, carrying all that color, all that history." Elise collapsed, not because she fainted, but because the floor beneath her became soft, turning from linoleum to a thick, viscous honey that began to swallow her ankles. She thrashed, but the more she fought, the faster she sank. The mechanic watched with professional detachment, checking a silver pocket watch that had no hands, only a single, weeping eye on the dial. "Right on time," he muttered. "The 11:14 shift is always the most succulent. They bring so much kinetic energy from the highway." He looked up at me, his eyes twin pits of old oil. "Keep the light steady, Marcus. We're losing the definition in the corners of the ballroom. If the shadows get too thick, the dancers might trip over their own memories, and we can't have a mess on the floor tonight. not with the manager arriving. The manager, the name sent a shiver through my brass frame, a vibration that made the diamond in my lantern flicker. I had never seen the manager, but I felt the weight of his gaze in every structural beam of the hotel. He was the gravity that kept the Blackwood basin from floating away into the void. He was the architect of the seams. I adjusted my stance, my metal joints clicking into a locked position. I focused the beam of the diamond, directing a concentrated spear of white light toward the far end of the lobby, where a pair of towering mahogany doors stood closed. As the light hit the wood, the carvings on the doors, wreaths of ivy and screaming faces, began to writhe. The doors groaned open. Beyond lay the ballroom. It was a space that shouldn't have been able to fit inside the mountain, or even inside the planet. It was an oceanic expanse of polished dark wood, reflecting a ceiling that was a literal night sky, stars trapped in cages of wrought iron. Hundreds of guests were already there, swirling in a waltz that had no music, only the rhythmic clicking of their prosthetic hearts. They were beautiful and terrible. Some were dressed in the fashions of the 1920s, their skin replaced by porcelain that cracked and healed with every step. Others were modern hikers, still wearing their North Face jackets, but their faces had been smoothed over into blank, featureless masks of alabaster. They danced with partners who were nothing more than suits of clothes filled with smoke. In the center of the room, hanging from a chain of braided hair, was the chandelier. It was Ilya's. He was unrecognizable as a man, but I knew the essence of him. His ribcage had been splayed open and silvered, turned into a decorative bowl that held a dozen flickering candles. His spine had been curved into an elegant spiral, and his fingers, elongated and tipped with crystals, hung down like frozen rain. His eyes, those two burning orbs, rotated slowly, casting a jittery, nervous light over the dancers. He was weeping, but the tears were liquid mercury, falling into the mouths of the guests who looked up, thirsty for the taste of a dying ego. "He's settling in nicely," the mechanic said, appearing at my elbow. He was leaning against my pedestal as if we were old friends at a bar. A bit of a struggle with the humorous, but the nurse has a way with bone setting. She calls it sculpting the silence. "Does he remember me?" I asked, the bells in my chest ringing softly. "Memory is a luxury for the unrenovated Marcus. He doesn't remember you as a friend. He remembers you as the light, and in this house, that's a much higher calling." The mechanic gestured toward Elise, who was now submerged up to her waist in the floor. She had stopped screaming. Her expression was one of profound, vacant bliss. The house was feeding her the best memories of her life, her grandmother's kitchen, the smell of rain on hot pavement, the first time she fell in love, and using the warmth of those thoughts to dissolve her physical form. "She'll be the wallpaper for the third-floor corridor," the mechanic mused. "We need something with a bit of floral trauma. It helps the guests feel at home." Suddenly the music started. It wasn't the heartbeat from the car radio anymore. It was a gramophone recording played through a shroud. A scratchy, haunting violin melody that seemed to be bowing the very nerves of everyone in the room. The guests stopped, the dancers froze, the chandeliers dimmed his eyes. At the far end of the ballroom, a figure appeared. He wasn't tall, but he occupied all the space in the room. He wore a suit made of moth wings, a shimmering, dusty gray that seemed to blur his outlines. He had no head. In its place was a floating, ornate birdcage containing a single blue flame. The manager. He walked across the floor, his feet making no sound on the wood. As he passed the guests, they bowed so low their foreheads touched the floor. He didn't acknowledge them. He was looking at the light. He was looking at me. I felt the diamond in my hand begin to pulse. It wasn't my light anymore. It was his. He was drawing the energy out of me, pulling the very essence of my brass frame toward him. I felt the hinges of my knees weaken, the glass in my chest fogged with a sudden, icy condensation. The manager stopped at the foot of my pedestal. The blue flame in his cage flickered, and I heard his voice. It didn't come from the cage. It came from the walls, the floor, and the very air I was breathing. "The wick is burning well, Marcus," the manager said, "but the fuel is impure. You are still holding onto the Subaru. You are still holding onto the smell of pine." I am the lantern," I chimed, my voice cracking. "You are a transition," the manager corrected. "A bridge. But a bridge that refuses to let go of the shore eventually collapses." He reached out a hand made of shadows and old lace, and touched the glass of my chest. The world tilted. I wasn't in the hotel anymore. I was back in the woods, standing by the rusted folding table. The Coleman lantern was in front of me, hissing in the dark. Elias was there, his face illuminated by the harsh, white glare. He was laughing, telling a joke about a bear and a priest. It was a memory, a real one. The weight of it was staggering. It felt like lead in my stomach, like a hook in my throat. I saw the grease on the table. I saw the dirt under my fingernails. I felt the cold wind biting at my ears. "It's not real," I whispered to the memory of Elias. "Isn't it?" the memory Elias asked, his eyes turning into the burning orbs of the chandelier for a split second. "It's more real than a hotel made of ghosts, Marcus. It's heavy. It hurts. It ends. That's what makes it real." The manager's hand pressed harder against my chest. The glass began to spiderweb. "Break the bridge, Marcus," the manager commanded. "Let the pine smell fade. Let the Subaru rust. Become the light entirely or become the fuel. There is no middle ground in the basin." I looked at the memory Elias. He reached out a hand to me, a warm, human hand. "Come back, Mark. Turn off the lantern. Let's just sit in the dark for a while. It's okay to be in the dark." I reached for him. My brass fingers brushed his skin, and for a moment I felt the heat of a living body. I felt the pulse of a heart that wasn't a wick. But then I saw the mechanic standing behind him, holding a pair of shears. I saw the nurse waiting with her silver tray. I saw the hotel rising up behind the trees, its shadow swallowing the forest, the stars, and the moon. The dark wasn't just the absence of light. The dark was a mouth, and it was hungry. If I went back to being a man, I would be eaten. I would be the wallpaper. I would be the rug. I would be the scream that fuels the exit signs. But as the lantern, I was the one who watched. I was the one who held the power. I drew back my hand. I looked at the memory of my friend, the man I had led into the maw of the mountain, and I felt the last spark of Marcus die. It didn't go out with a whimper. It went out with a blinding, violent flare. The glass of my chest shattered. The memory of the woods vanished, burnt away by a surge of radiance so intense that even the manager stepped back. The lobby of the hotel was washed in a light that was no longer white or violet, but a color that had no name, the color of a soul being rendered down into pure utility. I wasn't standing on the pedestal anymore. I was the pedestal. I was the floor. I was the diamond. There the manager whispered, his blue flame dancing with delight. "Now you are an amenity." I looked down at the lobby, but I didn't see it with eyes. I saw it with every window in the building. I felt the guests walking on my skin. I felt the chandeliers vibrating in my rafters. I felt Elise, now a delicate, weeping willow pattern on the walls of the third floor, her sorrow providing a lovely, muted texture to the hallway. I was the house. The Subaru was gone. The highway was gone. The key on the asphalt had finally dissolved, absorbed into the linoleum of the world's new floor. In the distance, at the edge of the Blackwood Basin, a new car was approaching. I could feel the vibrations of its tires on my outer skin. I could hear the heartbeat of the two men inside, one anxious, one excited. They were looking for a place to camp. They were looking for a sign. I reached out through the trees, through the seams of the reality I had once inhabited, and I gave them a flicker, just a tiny, rhythmic pulse of light in the darkness. Clink-a, clink-a, clink-a. Do you see that? One of the men asked, leaning forward against the windshield. There's a light up ahead. Looks like a ranger station, or maybe a hotel. I don't see anything on the map, the other replied. The map is old, the first one said, his voice already beginning to smooth out, to lose its edges. Things change. New rooms are being added all the time. I opened the front door, not a wooden door, but a door made of expectation and displacement. Welcome, I chimed, the sound echoing through every valley and every dream. The guests were arriving, and I was the light they would follow until they forgot they had feet. The manager turned away, his mothwing suit fluttering as he headed toward the basement to oversee the installation of a new boiler. The mechanic picked up a broom and began to sweep away the shards of glass that used to be my chest. The nurse began to polish the silver trays, humming a tune that sounded like the wind through a graveyard. Everything was in its place. The pressure was perfect. I settled into the mountain, a brass and glass god of a hollow kingdom, waiting for the next spark to strike the wick. The Blackwood Basin was no longer a place on a map. It was a destination, and the reservations were permanent. The new arrivals were two brothers, though they didn't know yet that their brotherhood was a temporary biological tether the house would soon unpick like a loose thread on a cheap suit. Their names were Leo and Celas. Leo was the driver, his knuckles white against the steering wheel of a dusty Toyota, his mind a frantic hive of GPS coordinates and fading cellular bars. Celas was younger, slumped in the passenger seat with a sketchbook open on his lap, his charcoal pencil scratching out the jagged silhouettes of the trees that leaned over the road like spectators at a funeral. I felt them before they saw me. I felt the heat of their engine cooling as they slowed, the rhythmic thrum of their blood, and the specific, salty tang of their exhaustion. To the house, they were not people. They were a fresh shipment of vibe. They brought with them the smell of highway fast food, the residual tension of a missed turn 3 miles back, and a very specific shade of fraternal resentment that the manager would find quite useful for the damp patches in the basement. There, Leo said, his voice vibrating through my foundation. I told you there was a lodge or something. The light's right there, Celas. Look. Celas looked, but he didn't see a building. He saw a tear in the fabric of the night. To his artistic eye, the hotel didn't sit on the land, it sat through it. It looks wrong, Leo. The perspective is off. Look at the way the roofline hits the stars. It's like it's folded. It's a roof, Celas. It's shingles and wood. It's a bed that isn't the backseat of this car. They pulled into the gravel drive. I felt the stones groan under their tires, each pebble a calcified memory of a previous guest who hadn't quite made the cut for wallpaper. The gravel sang a crunching welcome, a percussion of pulverized identities. As the engine died, the silence of the Blackwood Basin rushed in to fill the void. It wasn't a natural silence. It was the pressurized quiet of a deep-sea trench, the kind of silence that wants to pop your eardrums and replace your thoughts with its own heavy, liquid humming. The brothers stepped out. The air hit them, the recycled, filtered, and slightly sweetened air of the lobby, leaking out through the seams of the entrance. It smelled of ozone and lilies. "See," Leo said, slamming his door. The sound echoed forever, bouncing off trees that were no longer entirely made of wood. "It's fancy. Probably a resort for people who want to disappear for a weekend." "Or forever," Celas whispered, his charcoal pencil snapping in his hand. He looked at the front doors, my mouth, and saw the brass handles shaped like human hands waiting to be shaken. I watched them through the glass of the transom. I was no longer Marcus the hiker, nor was I Marcus the lantern on a pedestal. I was the very act of observation. I was the glow in the mahogany, the sheen on the marble, and the static electricity in the air that made the hair on Celas's arms stand up. The doors swung open before they could touch the handles. The nurse was there. She had traded her silver tray for a heavy, leather-bound ledger. Her face was still a smooth, featureless expanse of alabaster, but she had painted a single, perfect red mouth onto the void where her lips should be. It didn't move when she spoke. The words simply drifted out of her collar like smoke. "Good evening, travelers," she murmured. "The mountains are so very steep this time of year. You must be hollowed out by the climb." Leo blinked, his bravado faltering for a fraction of a second as he stared at the woman's lack of eyes. But the house was already working on him. It was smoothing the wrinkles of his logic, whispering to him that this was merely a themed boutique experience, a high-concept retreat for the eccentric elite. "Yeah," Leo said, clearing his throat. "We saw the light from the road. Do you have a room? Twin beds, if possible. We're just passing through." "No one is just passing through," the nurse replied, her painted mouth curving into a static, terrifying grin. "Everyone is arriving, and we have the perfect room for you. It's been waiting for your specific dimensions." She stepped aside, gesturing them into the lobby. As they crossed the threshold, the world behind them simply ceased to be. If they had turned around, they wouldn't have seen the Toyota or the road. They would have seen a wall of fog so thick it looked like uncarved marble. But they didn't turn around. The house doesn't allow for backward glances until it's too late for them to matter. I focused my internal light on them. I wanted to see what they were made of. Leo was thick-set, his mind filled with practicalities, oil changes, bank balances, the nagging fear that he wasn't as successful as his father wanted him to be. He was sturdy. He would make excellent structural support, perhaps a pillar in the new wing of the library. Celas was different. He was porous. His mind was a sieve of images and anxieties, a chaotic swirl of colors that hadn't found a canvas yet. He was looking at the chandeliers, his head tilted. He didn't see a light fixture. He saw a man made of glass weeping mercury. "Leo," Celas whispered, grabbing his brother's sleeve. "Look at the ceiling. The lights, they're breathing." "It's just the heat shimmer, see. Don't start with the artistic vision crap now. I'm tired." The mechanic appeared from behind a pillar, wiping his hands on a rag that was stained with something that looked suspiciously like sunset. "The boy has a good eye," he rasped, his voice a grinding of gears. "He sees the infrastructure. Most guests only see the upholstery. It's a rare gift, being able to look at the bones of a place." The mechanic walked around Celas, measuring the boy's shadow with a brass folding ruler. He muttered numbers under his breath, 3 feet of angst. 6 inches of unrequited longing, a gallon of untapped hue. "What are you doing?" Leo asked, a note of genuine alarm finally piercing through the house's seduction. "Just checking the tolerances, sir," the mechanic said, tipping a cap that was bolted to his skull. "We have to ensure the guests don't exceed the weight limit of their own souls. It's a safety regulation. The manager is very firm on safety." The manager. At the mention of the name, the lobby's temperature dropped 10 degrees. The blue flame in the manager's head, somewhere deep in the bowels of the hotel, flared in response to the new presence. The brothers were led toward the elevators. These weren't the standard steel boxes of the outside world. They were cages of gold filigree, suspended by pulleys made of braided nerves. As the doors slid shut, I felt the elevator rise through my chest. Fourth floor, the floor of unfinished business. The hallway was lined with doors that looked like they were made of skin. The carpet was a deep, bruised purple that gave slightly underfoot, as if it were cushioned by layers of moss or lungs. "This is your suite," the nurse said, stopping at room 413. She produced a key, not black like the one given to Elise, but a translucent blue, carved from a frozen tear. "Please make yourselves comfortable. The minibar is stocked with memories you forgot you had, and the television only plays the things you've been too afraid to say out loud." She handed the key to Leo. As his fingers touched the cold blue surface, his eyes glazed over. The house had him now. He wasn't thinking about the Toyota anymore. He was thinking about the way the light in this hallway reminded him of a summer afternoon in 1998, a day he hadn't thought about in 20 years. "Thanks," Leo muttered, his voice hollow. This is nice, really nice." He pushed the door open and walked in, his movements becoming stiff, synchronized with the ticking of the redwood clock in the lobby far below. Celas hesitated at the threshold. He looked back down the long, infinite hallway. He saw the shadows of other guests, the porcelain flappers, the faceless hikers, moving in a slow, underwater dance. He saw the wallpaper, and for a terrifying second, he thought he saw the pattern on the wall shift, a floral vine turning into the desperate, reaching fingers of a girl named Elise. "Leo, wait," Celas said, his voice trembling. "We shouldn't stay here. There's something wrong with the geometry. The corners don't meet at 90 degrees. They keep going." But Leo was already sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at a blank wall with a look of profound contentment. "It's fine, Celas. Close the door. The light is too bright out there." Celas looked at me. He looked directly into the heart of the house, into the shattered, radiant center of what used to be Marcus. He saw me, not as a hotel, but as a prisoner who had fallen in love with his cell. "I see you," Celas whispered. I wanted to scream. I wanted to use the brass bells in my chest to warn him, to tell him to run until his lungs burst, to find the road even if it didn't exist anymore. I wanted to tell him that the light he saw was just the glow of a furnace waiting to be fed. But I was the house, and the house was hungry. Instead of a warning, I gave him a masterpiece. I manipulated the shadows in the room, casting a beautiful, intricate silhouette against the far wall, a landscape of mountains and rivers, more perfect than anything he had ever drawn. I lured his artist's soul with the promise of a perspective that never ended. Celas gasped. He stepped into the room, his sketchbook falling to the floor, forgotten. He reached out to touch the shadow landscape, his fingers tracing the lines of a world that was only made of my light. The door clicked shut. The lock turned with a sound like a bone snapping. In the lobby, the mechanic looked up at the ceiling and nodded. The fourth floor is settling. Good. We needed the extra ballast. The manager will be pleased. I felt the brothers begin to dissolve. It wasn't a fast process. The house liked to savor the transition. Leo would go first, his sturdy, practical mind being ground down into the mortar that held the bricks together. He would become the strength of the walls, the cold, unyielding weight that kept the guests from escaping. Celas would take longer. He would be the decoration. His eyes would be harvested and placed in the spy holes of the doors, so the house could see itself from every angle. His imagination would be distilled into the ink for the stationery in the desks, so that every word written by a guest would be infused with his lingering, creative terror. I hummed. The mechanical vibration was stronger now, a deep, sub-bass throb that shook the foundations of the Blackwood Basin. Down in the ballroom, the music changed. The scratchy violin was joined by a cello made of a hiker's vocal cords. The dance became faster, more frantic. The porcelain guests spun until their limbs flew off, only to be replaced by new ones grown from the floorboards. Elia's the chandelier flared bright silver. He was no longer weeping mercury, he was singing. A high, crystalline note that shattered the wine glasses on the tables. The guests didn't mind. They knelt and licked the shards, their mouths bleeding a beautiful neon red. The manager walked through the center of the chaos, his birdcage head glowing with a fierce, satisfied blue. He stopped and looked up, his gaze piercing through the floors, through the ceilings, until it met mine. "You are doing well," Marcus, who was, the manager's voice echoed in my rafters. "The integration is almost complete. Soon, you won't even remember the word outside. You will only know the within." "The within is enough," I chimed, the bells of my soul ringing in perfect harmony with the hotel's heartbeat. "Is it?" the manager asked, a hint of ancient malice in his tone. "Then tell me, why is there still a Subaru parked in your memory? Why is there still a key on the asphalt of a road that no longer exists?" I looked deep into my own sub-basement, into the dark, dusty corners of the consciousness I had supposedly discarded. He was right. There, tucked behind a pillar of repressed grief, was the car. It was rusting, its tires flat, its windshield cracked by the weight of the purple sky. And there, on the ground beside it, was the silver key. It was a small thing, a tiny fragment of a world that burned with the heat of a real sun. "It's just debris," I insisted, the light in the lobby flickering nervously. "Debris is a seed," the manager said, "and seeds grow, even in the dark, especially in the dark." He turned away, his moth-wing suit trailing behind him like a funeral shroud. "Clean your house, Marcus, or I will find a new lantern, one that doesn't keep souvenirs." The threat hung in the air, heavier than the mountain itself. I turned my internal light toward that memory of the car. I tried to burn it away. I focused the full, crushing pressure of the house's reality onto that rusted Subaru. I wanted it to turn to ash. I wanted it to become part of the fog. But the car wouldn't go. It stayed there, a stubborn, physical fact in a world of consensus light. And as I looked at it, I saw something that made my brass frame shudder. The door of the Subaru was open, and someone was sitting in the driver's seat. It wasn't me. It wasn't Elias. It was the girl, Elise, or at least the part of her that hadn't become the wallpaper. She was sitting there, her hands on the steering wheel, her matte gray face looking into the rearview mirror. She wasn't looking at the hotel. She was looking at the road behind her, the road that led out. There is no out, I whispered, the elevators groaning in sympathy with my doubt. Elise's shadow, still leaning against the pillar in the lobby, suddenly stood up. It didn't have a mouth, but it let out a sound, a long, low whistle that cut through the music of the ballroom. The shadow began to walk, not toward the elevators and not toward the ballroom. It walked toward the front doors. The mechanic tried to stop it, reaching out with his brass ruler. Here now, you're a guest's property. Get back to your heels. But the shadow didn't listen. It slipped through the mechanic's fingers like smoke. It glided across the checkered floor, its movements fluid and defiant. It reached the doors that were my mouth. I tried to keep them shut. I locked the brass handles. I reinforced the wood with the weight of 1,000 hikers. I turned the entrance into a wall of solid light. But the shadow didn't use the door. It simply lined against the glass of the transom and began to melt through. It was leaving. And as it left, a piece of the house went with it. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my side, a structural failure. A window on the second floor shattered. A light bulb in the kitchen exploded. The consensus was breaking. The light belongs to us, I screamed, the sound echoing through the valleys of the Blackwood Basin. Outside, the thousands of eyes in the sky blinked. They weren't satisfied anymore. They were blinking in confusion. The grid was flickering. The shadow of Elise reached the Subaru. It slid into the seat, merging with the gray figure behind the wheel. The engine of the car, which should have been a dead, rusted husk, suddenly turned over. It coughed, a cloud of real, oily smoke billowing out into the supernatural fog. Vroom, vrooms. The sound was a heresy. It was a noise of movement, of distance, of escape. In the lobby, the nurse dropped her ledger. The manager froze in the middle of the ballroom. The chandeliers dimmed until he was nothing but a cold, silver skeleton. The Subaru began to move. It backed out of the memory, its tires spinning on the gravel of pulverized identities. It turned, its headlights, two beams of weak, yellow human light, cutting through the house's golden haze. It drove toward the edge of the basin. I tried to reach out. I tried to pull the road back, to fold the space, to turn the world into a loop that would bring the car back to my front door. But I couldn't, because I was the house, and the house was built on the guest's belief. And Elise, or the part of her that remembered the smell of rain and the weight of a key, had stopped believing. The car crossed the seam. For a second, the entire hotel vanished. The ballroom, the mechanic, the nurse, the manager, they all became transparent, a shimmering ghost of a building flickering against the backdrop of a dark, indifferent mountain. I felt myself becoming Marcus again, a man standing in the woods with a broken lantern, shivering in the cold. But then the car was gone. The yellow headlights disappeared around a bend in a road that shouldn't have been there. The silence returned. The house solidified. The gold filigree returned to the elevators. The music in the ballroom resumed, though it was now a frantic, discordant mess. But the damage was done. The manager walked back into the lobby. His blue flame was small now, a guttering candle stub of a light. He looked at the spot where the shadow had been. He looked at the front doors. Then he looked up at me. "You let a shadow walk away, Marcus," he said, his voice a dry, rattling hiss. I couldn't stop it, I chimed, my voice sounding like a cracked bell. The car, it had a key. "A key is just a piece of metal," the manager said, stepping onto the pedestal. He reached up and touched the glass of my chest, where the diamond was still pulsing with a frantic, irregular light, unless someone remembers what it opens. He gripped the diamond. I felt a surge of agony, a cold, electrical fire that raced through every wire and every beam of the hotel. "The house is hungry, Marcus," the manager whispered, "and you have made it lose its meal. Now you must provide the compensation." He pulled. The diamond didn't come out. I did. I was pulled out of the walls. I was pulled out of the floors. I was condensed, squeezed, and forced back into a shape I had forgotten. A shape with arms and legs and a heart that beat with a terrified, rhythmic thud. I fell to the floor. I was Marcus. I was wearing my North Face jacket. My hands were dirty. My feet were cold. I looked up. The pedestal was empty. "The lantern is gone," the manager said, his voice now coming from everywhere at once. "But the house remains, and the house needs a new light." He looked toward the elevators. The doors opened. Celas stepped out. He wasn't the boy with the sketchbook anymore. His skin was turning into polished brass. His eyes were becoming two burning, orange orbs. His ribcage was expanding, the bones flattening into panes of glass. "No," I whispered, reaching out a hand. "Celas, don't." But Celas didn't hear me. He was looking at the ceiling. He was looking at the infinite geometry of the lobby. He was looking at the beautiful, crushing pressure of the light. He walked toward the pedestal. He stepped up. He clicked into place. The lobby erupted in a celebratory strobe of white and violet. The clocks all struck 13 at once. Celas began to hum, a low, mechanical vibration that matched the heartbeat of the hotel. I was no longer the house. I was just a guest. And the nurse was walking toward me with a silver tray. On it was a single black key. "Your room is ready, guest," she whispered, her painted mouth grinning. "Please don't keep the light waiting. It's very rude to leave a shadow standing in the hallway." I looked down at my feet. My shadow was already lighting a cigarette. The weight of my own skin was an obscenity. After months, or was it centuries, of existing as the expansive, gilded consciousness of the Blackwood Basin, being poured back into the narrow vessel of a human body felt like being buried alive in a suit of raw meat. My lungs burned with the thin, sterile air of the lobby, an air that tasted of ozone and old velvet. I coughed, and the sound was pathetic, a wet, rattling noise that didn't vibrate the floorboards or command the shadows. It was just the sound of a dying animal in a very large cage. The nurse stood over me, the silver tray extended. The black key hummed with a low-frequency malice, a piece of the house's own obsidian heart carved into a tool of incarceration. "I won't take it," I rasped. My voice was a ghost of what it had been when I was the rafters and the stones. "Oh, but you must," the nurse said, her voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "The reservations are made in bone, Marcus. You can't cancel a stay once the house has already started digesting your name." I looked past her toward the pedestal. Celas was fully integrated now. The boy who had seen breathing lights had become the very breath of the building. His brass ribs expanded and contracted with a rhythmic, metallic groan. The orange fire in his eyes didn't flicker with fear. It burned with the terrifying purity of a child who had finally found a toy that would never break. He wasn't Celas anymore. He was the lantern. And he was looking at me not as a brother, but as a structural necessity. He needed me to be a guest so that his light had something to illuminate. Celas, I screamed, pushing myself up from the cold, checkered marble. Look at me. It's Marcus. We have to find Leo. We have to get to the car. The lantern Celas tilted his head. The sound of 1,000 glass marbles spilling onto a stone floor echoed through the lobby. The car is a dream of the road, the house voice intoned through his brass throat, and the road is a dream of the feet. Here there is no need for dreams, only the waking light. The manager stepped beside the pedestal, his birdcage head tilting in sync with Celas. The blue flame within him seemed revitalized, fed by the fresh, creative agony of the boy's transition. He is much more efficient than you were, Marcus. He doesn't look for exits. He understands that beauty is a closed circle. The manager gestured to the shadows. My own shadow, which had been lounging against a pillar with the casual arrogance of a man who knew he was winning, stepped forward. It reached out and took the black key from the nurse's tray. The shadow's fingers didn't touch the metal. The key simply floated within the darkness of its palm. "Follow your better half," the manager commanded. My shadow turned and began to walk toward the elevators. I felt a physical tug in my chest, a tether of dark silk pulling at my sternum. I had no choice. If I stayed, my shadow would simply walk until the distance snapped my heart like a dry twig. I stumbled after it, my boots clicking rhythmically on the floor, a sound that seemed to mock the heartbeat of the house. As we passed the elevators, the doors of the middle car slid open. Leo was standing there. But it wasn't the Leo who worried about oil changes. His skin had taken on the texture of polished oak. His arms were held out at right angles, his fingers elongated and fused into the shape of ornate corbels. He wasn't a man, he was a pillar. He was being moved to the new wing, a literal piece of the architecture. His eyes were wide, fixed, and glazed with a terrifying contentment. "Leo," I whispered, reaching out to touch his wooden cheek. His eyes didn't move, but a sound vibrated from his chest, the sound of a heavy door creaking shut. Sturdy, he murmured, "I am, load-bearing, father would be, proud of the stability." The elevator doors closed, whisking him away to be bolted into the foundation of the 4th floor. My shadow led me into the 3rd elevator. The gold filigree cage felt like a ribcage closing around me. As we rose, the floor indicator didn't show numbers. It showed states of being: regret, stasis, assimilation, forever. We stopped at assimilation. The hallway was different from the one Elise had been led down. There were no skin-covered doors here. The walls were made of mirrors, but they didn't reflect the hallway. They reflected the lives we hadn't lived. I saw myself as an old man in a garden. I saw myself as a father holding a child. I saw myself driving the Subaru through a thunderstorm, the wipers clear and the radio playing a song about a girl in a yellow dress. "Don't look," I told myself, squeezing my eyes shut. "It's the house. It's the light. It's just projections." But the house didn't need me to see with my eyes. It projected the images directly onto the back of my eyelids. It showed me the moment I had decided to turn the steering wheel toward the Blackwood Basin. It showed me the exact second my curiosity had outweighed my caution. My shadow stopped at room 303. It didn't use the key. It simply merged with the door, and the wood vanished, leaving a gaping hole of violet darkness. I stepped inside. The room was a perfect recreation of my childhood bedroom, but everything was slightly wrong. The proportions were skewed. The bed was too long, the ceiling too low. My old posters were on the walls, but the faces of the musicians had been replaced by the blank, porcelain masks of the hotel guests. On the desk sat a sketchbook, Celas's sketchbook. I walked over to it, my hands trembling. I flipped the pages. They were no longer filled with charcoal drawings of trees or jagged mountain peaks. They were filled with blueprints, detailed, anatomical drawings of how to turn a human nervous system into a chandelier's wiring, drawings of how to grind bone into the fine white powder used to settle the dust in the ballroom. And on the final page, there was a drawing of me. In the sketch, I wasn't a man. I was a window. My ribs were the frame, and my soul was the glass. And through the window, the manager was looking out, smiling. You see the vision now, don't you? I spun around. The mechanic was sitting in the corner of the room, perched on a chair made of discarded bicycles. He was tinkering with a small brass bird. How did you get in here? I demanded. I'm the maintenance man, son. I'm in the walls. I'm in the pipes. I'm the one who ensures the tragedy flows at a steady gallons per minute. He blew on the brass bird and it fluttered its wings, letting out a metallic chirp that sounded like a scream played at 10 times the speed. The boy, your brother, he's a natural. Most lanterns struggle. They try to keep their humanity in a jar under the bed, but Celas, he just let it go. He poured himself into the glass like he was coming home. He's a child, I spat. You tricked him. We didn't trick anyone, the mechanic said, his eyes, 2 brass screws leveling with mine. We just provided the canvas. The world out there is messy, Marcus. It's full of oil changes and bank balances and fathers who don't love you enough. Here you are essential. You are part of the great work. You are the structural integrity of a masterpiece. He stood up, his joints popping with the sound of firecrackers. The manager wants you to be the north window. You'll have a lovely view of the basin. You'll be the one who watches for new guests. You'll be the first thing they see, a warm, welcoming light in the dark. I'll die first, I said, backing away toward the door. Die, the mechanic laughed, a sound like gravel in a blender. There's no death in the house, only renovation. Now hold still. I need to measure your ocular cavities for the glazing. He reached into his coveralls and pulled out a long, silver needle. I didn't think. I grabbed the sketchbook from the desk and flung it at his head. He ducked, the needle whistling through the air where my throat had been. I bolted for the door, but the room had already begun to change. The bed stretched out, blocking my path. The walls curved inward, the mirrors turning into liquid silver that dripped onto the floor, forming a moat of mercury. You can't run from your own suite, Marcus, the mechanic shouted. It's keyed to your pulse. I scrambled over the bed, my boots sinking into the mattress as if it were made of quicksand. I reached the door, but there was no handle. There was only the smooth, cold surface of the wood. I hammered on it. Celas, help me. Far below, I felt the house shudder. A wave of orange light pulsed through the floorboards. Celas heard me, but he wasn't my brother anymore. He was the house's immune system. The floor beneath my feet tilted sharply. I slid toward the mercury moat. The mechanic was coming toward me, his brass-bolted cap gleaming. Don't make this difficult, he grunted. The manager hates bubbles in the glass. Just as my heels touched the edge of the mercury, a sound cut through the chaos. Vroom, vrooms. It was distant, muffled by layers of stone and magic, but it was unmistakable. The Subaru, the heresy of the internal combustion engine. The mechanic froze. The mercury in the moat began to vibrate, ripples forming on its surface. That girl, the mechanic hissed. She's still on the grounds. She left, I shouted, a spark of hope flaring in my chest. I saw her drive away. She drove into the memory of the road, the mechanic snarled. But the road is part of the house. She's circling Marcus. She's looking for the way out, but all she's doing is tracing the perimeter. She's like a fly hitting a window pane. The sound of the engine grew louder. It wasn't just a noise. It was a vibration that challenged the house's own heartbeat. The rhythmic throb of the ballroom music faltered. The orange light in the floorboards flickered. The house was distracted. I looked at the door. The wood was shimmering, losing its solidity as the house's focus shifted toward the intruder at its gates. I didn't wait for the mechanic to recover. I threw my entire weight against the shimmering wood. I didn't hit a solid surface. I fell through a veil of cold mist and tumbled out into the hallway. But it wasn't the hallway of mirrors anymore. It was a chaotic, shifting landscape of half-formed rooms. I saw the ballroom for a second, then a glimpse of the kitchen where the chef was butchering shadows, then a stretch of the dark, wet woods. The house was destabilizing. Elise's refusal to become part of the wallpaper was acting like a virus in the system. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I followed the sound of the engine. It was the only real thing in a world of golden lies. I passed a door that was slightly ajar. A voice called out from within, a high, silver voice. "Marcus, is that you?" I stopped. I pushed the door open. It was a small, circular room, filled with nothing but light. In the center, suspended from the ceiling by chains of frozen tears, was the chandelier, Elia's. He was dim now, his glass limbs clouded with frost. The singing had stopped. He looked like a discarded ornament. "Elia's," I whispered. "I thought you were. Happy's." "I was," the glass man said, his voice tinkling like a wind chime in a graveyard. "It was so bright, Marcus. I didn't have to be a man anymore. I didn't have to be afraid of the dark. I was the light." "We have to go," I said, reaching up to unhook the chains. "Elise is in the car. She's fighting." "I can't," Elias said. "I'm part of the circuit. If I leave, the ballroom goes dark. If the ballroom goes dark, the manager will come for the spare parts." "The manager is busy with Celas," I said, tugging at the chains. "And Celas is busy with the house. This is our only chance." I pulled with all my strength. The chains groaned, then shattered. Elias fell into my arms. He was surprisingly light, his body made of hollow glass and ancient, recycled sunlight. "Carry me," he whispered. "I don't remember how to use my feet." I slung the glass man over my shoulder, his sharp edges cutting into my jacket. We ran down the shifting hallway, the walls groaning as they tried to reform. We reached the grand staircase. Below, the lobby was a scene of nightmare. The porcelain guests were wandering aimlessly, their movements jerky and uncoordinated. The nurse was screaming at the walls, her ledger bleeding ink onto the floor. And on the pedestal, Celas was roaring. The orange light from his eyes was no longer a steady glow. It was a jagged, flickering flame that cast long, terrifying shadows across the room. He was trying to hold the house together, trying to force the geometry to stay true, but the sound of the Subaru was tearing the seams of his reality. "Celas," I yelled from the stairs. The lantern head snapped toward me. The orange fire flared. "Brother, you are out of your room. The safety regulations. The safety regulations must be enforced." He raised a brass hand, and a bolt of pure, searing light shot toward me. I dove behind a marble pillar. a pillar that I realized, with a jolt of horror, was probably a guest I hadn't met yet. The light struck the stone, turning it to glowing slag. "He's not himself, Marcus," Elias whispered in my ear. "He's the house's voice now. You can't talk to a building." "I have to get him off that pedestal," I said. "You can't," Elias said. "He's bolted down, but you can give him something else to look at." Elias began to glow. It wasn't the golden, suffocating light of the house. It was a pale, silver light, the light of a moon reflecting on a cold lake. It was the light of the outside world, the light of things that are beautiful because they are temporary. "Look at me, boy," Elias shouted, his voice ringing like a bell. Celas turned. The orange fire in his eyes met the silver light of the chandelier. For a second, the two lights clashed in the center of the lobby, creating a spectrum of colors that shouldn't exist. In that moment of hesitation, the front doors of the hotel exploded. It wasn't a bomb, it was the Subaru. The car roared into the lobby, its tires screaming on the checkered marble. Elise was behind the wheel, her face set in a mask of grim determination. She didn't look like a ghost anymore. She looked like a driver. The car slammed into the nurse, sending her flying across the room in a spray of black ink and ledger pages. It skidded to a halt at the base of the stairs. "Get in," Elise screamed, throwing the passenger door open. I scrambled down the stairs, still clutching Elias. I threw him into the backseat and dived into the front. "What about Celas?" I cried, looking back at the pedestal. Celas was screaming, his brass body vibrating so hard that the glass panes of his chest were beginning to crack. The manager was running toward the car, his moth-wing suit fluttering with rage. "We can't take the lantern," Elias shouted from the back. "He's the anchor. If he leaves, the whole basin collapses." "I'm not leaving him," I shouted. I looked at Celas. I saw the boy behind the brass. I saw the fear in the depths of those orange eyes. "Celas, the key," I yelled. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the silver key I had found in the memory of the car. I didn't know if it would work. I didn't know if it was even real, but I threw it at him. The key sailed through the air, a streak of silver in the orange gloom. Celas reached out a brass hand. He caught it. The moment his metal fingers touched the silver key, the connection snapped. The silver light of the key, the light of the road, the light of the out, acted like a short circuit. The pedestal exploded in a shower of sparks. Celas was thrown backward, his brass body shrinking, melting, turning back into a boy in a flannel shirt. He hit the floor, dazed but alive. "Go," I yelled to Elise. She slammed the car into reverse. I leaned out the window and grabbed Celas by the collar, hauling him into the car just as the manager reached the door. The manager's birdcage head was inches from mine. I could see the blue flame flickering, dying. I could see the empty space where a face should have been. You are, debris," the manager hissed. "Then we're the kind of trash that drives," I said. Elise floored it. The Subaru roared out of the lobby, through the shattered remains of the front doors, and onto the gravel driveway. Behind us, the Blackwood Basin was screaming. The hotel was folding in on itself, the golden light turning into a black hole of crushed dreams and broken glass. The mountain itself seemed to be weeping, the purple sky bruising into a deep, final black. We drove. We didn't look at the eyes in the sky. We didn't look at the hikers on the side of the road. We just followed the yellow beams of the headlights. For a long time, there was nothing but the sound of the engine and the gasping breath of four people who had forgotten how to be human. Then the fog began to thin. The purple tint faded from the air. The stars above us stopped blinking. They were just cold, distant points of light. The tires transitioned from gravel to asphalt. Elise slowed the car down. She pulled over to the side of the road and turned off the engine. Silence. A real silence. The silence of a forest at night. I looked at Celas. He was curled in a ball on the floorboards, clutching the silver key. His eyes were closed, but his skin was warm. He was breathing. I looked in the back seat. Elias was there. He wasn't a chandelier anymore. He was a man, thin and pale, wearing a tuxedo that was 100 years out of style. He was staring at his hands, watching the way the real moonlight hit his skin. "It's over," Elise whispered. She was leaning her head against the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking. I looked out the window. In the distance, tucked deep in the shadow of the mountain, I could see a faint, golden glow. It was small, no bigger than a firefly. The house was still there. It was waiting. It was hungry. It would find a new lantern. It would find new guests. But for now, the road was open. I reached out and touched Elise's hand. It was cold, but it was solid. "Let's go home," I said. She turned the key. The engine started. And as we drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw a shadow standing on the side of the road, waving at us. It was my shadow. It hadn't come with us. It had stayed behind, a permanent guest in a hotel that never closed. I didn't mind. I didn't need it anymore. I had the light of the dashboard, the light of the moon, and the weight of my own heavy, beautiful life. The Subaru moved forward, disappearing into the dark, leaving the Blackwood Basin to its golden, lonely eternity. The silence of the highway was different from the silence of the house. In the house, silence was a predator, a coiled spring made of velvet and dust. Out here, on the two-lane blacktop that snaked away from the basin, the silence was just the absence of noise. It felt thin, fragile, as if a sudden shout might shatter the world back into violet glass. Elise drove with a white-knuckled grip, her eyes fixed on the flickering reach of the headlights. She didn't look at the rearview mirror. I did. I couldn't help it. I watched the golden glow of the hotel recede until it was nothing more than a pinprick of amber, a dying ember in a hearth of cold stone. Then the road curved, a cliff face intervened, and the light was gone. "Is he breathing?" Elise asked, her voice cracking like dry parchment. I looked down at Celas. He was sprawled across the center console and the passenger floorboards, his head resting against my thigh. His flannel shirt was scorched, the fabric stiff with a substance that looked like dried sap but smelled like ozone. I pressed 2 fingers to the hollow of his throat. The pulse was there, thumping, rhythmic, and undeniably human. "He's alive," I said. My own voice sounded alien to me, a low rumble that didn't seem to belong to the chest it vibrated in. "He's just out." Then the other ones. I glanced into the back seat. Elias, the man who had been a chandelier, was sitting bolt upright. He was staring at his hands with a terrifying intensity. In the dim green glow of the dashboard, his skin looked like translucent marble. He wasn't wearing the tuxedo anymore. As we had crossed the threshold of the basin, the house's finery had withered away, leaving him in a tattered, moth-eaten wool suit that looked like it belonged in a museum display of the 1920s. Elias, I called softly. He didn't look up. He began to rub his palms together, the sound like fine sandpaper. The friction, he whispered. I can feel the heat. I haven't felt heat in 74 years. I only felt the hum, the steady, buzzing hum of the current. You're okay now, I said, though I didn't know if it was true. We're out. Out, Elias repeated. He finally looked up, his eyes wide and watery. There is so much space out here, Marcus. It's terrifying. The ceiling. Where is the ceiling? There isn't one, Elise said, her voice gaining a sliver of strength. It's just the sky. Elias let out a jagged, hitching breath that might have been a laugh or a sob. He slumped back against the upholstery, his head lolling. It's too much. It's all too much. We drove for another hour in a trance of exhaustion. The heater was blasting, but I couldn't stop shivering. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the manager's birdcage head. I felt the silver needle of the mechanic hovering near my eye. The house hadn't just wanted my body, it had wanted my perspective. It had wanted to turn my grief and my curiosity into a literal window, a way for the void to watch the world. As the first hints of a bruised, gray dawn began to bleed over the horizon, the Subaru began to sputter. The tank, Elise said, tapping the fuel gauge. It's bone dry. I don't know how we made it this far. The needle S been below E since we hit the main road. Maybe the house was still feeding it, I suggested. Residual energy. Or maybe the car just didn't want to die in that place any more than we did, she muttered. She managed to coast the vehicle into a gravel turnout near an abandoned gas station. The pumps were rusted sentinels, their glass faces smashed, the hoses severed like dead snakes. Beyond the station, a line of pines stood tall and indifferent, swaying in a wind that carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Real smells. The engine gave one final, metallic wheeze and died. For a long minute, none of us moved. The ticking of the cooling metal was the only sound. Then, Celas stirred. He groaned, his small body tensing. His hand, still tightly balled into a fist, twitched against my leg. He opened his eyes, and for a heartbeat, I braced myself for the orange flare, the terrifying heat of the lantern. But his eyes were brown, dull, bloodshot, and filled with a devastating, childlike confusion. Marcus, he croaked. I'm here, see, I've got you. I pulled him up, hauling him into my lap. He felt heavy, the wonderful, honest weight of a growing boy. He looked around the interior of the car, his gaze drifting from Elise to the shivering man in the back seat, then out the window at the gray morning. He looked down at his hand and slowly opened his fingers. The silver key lay in his palm. It was no longer glowing, but it felt different from ordinary metal. It seemed to absorb the light around it, a piece of elsewhere that had survived the transition. I had to hold it, Celas whispered. The manager. He kept telling me the key was a lie. He said the door it opened led to nowhere. He said the only real door was the one he built. He was wrong, I said, my throat tightening. I saw the drawings, Celas said, his voice trembling. In the book, I drew them, didn't I? I drew the way the bones fit into the walls. I drew the way the breath becomes the breeze in the curtains. I liked it, Marcus. For a minute, I really liked it. It was like a puzzle where every piece was a person, and I was the one who knew where they all went. He started to cry then, not the dramatic wail of a hurt child, but a silent, racking tremor that seemed to come from his marrow. I held him, burying my face in his hair, which still smelled faintly of wood smoke and the copper tang of the house's glazing. It's over, I told him, though the words felt like a lie. How could something like that ever be truly over? You're just a boy again. You don't have to hold anything up anymore." Lilise turned in her seat, watching us. Her face was pale, shadowed by deep bruises of fatigue, but the frantic light in her eyes had settled into something harder, more resilient. She reached out and touched Celas's shoulder. "We need to move," she said softly. "We can't stay in this car. If the manager, if anything followed us, we're sitting ducks." "Where do we go?" I asked. "We're in the middle of nowhere. No gas, no phones. My shadow has the Subaru's keys, and I don't even know if this car will ever start again." "We walk," Elise said. "There's a town about 5 miles down this road. I remember seeing a sign before I turned off toward the basin. We find a phone. We call someone." "Who do we call?" Elias asked from the back. He was leaning against the window, watching a crow land on one of the rusted gas pumps. "Who do you call when you've been dead since the Coolidge administration?" I looked at him. He was the greatest complication. Celas and I had a life to return to, or at least the wreckage of one. Elise had her own story, her own reasons for being on that road, but Elias was a ghost given flesh by a failing miracle. "We'll figure it out," I said, though the task felt monumental. "First, we get away from the mountain." We piled out of the car. The morning air was biting, a sharp contrast to the stagnant, climate-controlled warmth of the hotel. Celas stumbled as his feet hit the gravel, his legs still remembering the height of the pedestal, but he refused to let me carry him. He walked with a strange, stiff dignity, the silver key tucked deep in his pocket. Elias was the most precarious. He walked as if the ground were made of eggshells, his eyes darting to the sky every few seconds as if expecting a giant hand to descend and pluck him upward. He clutched his oversized wool coat shut, shivering violently. As we began the long trek down the asphalt, the sun finally broke over the ridge. It wasn't the orange, sickly light of the lantern. It was a cold, brilliant white that turned the frost on the weeds into diamonds. We walked in a ragged line. Elise led the way, her stride purposeful. I walked beside Celas, my hand hovering near his shoulder. Elias trailed behind, a relic of a forgotten era blinking in the harsh light of the modern world. "Marcus," Celas said after a mile of silence. "Yeah, buddies." The manager said I was the heart of the house. He said without me, the guests would all wake up. I stopped walking. I thought of the ballroom, the hundreds of porcelain-masked figures swaying to a music they couldn't hear. I thought of the nurse and her ledger of lost souls. If they wake up, Celas, that's a good thing. They can go home. "But some of them have been there a long time," Celas said, looking back toward the mountain. "Like Elias, some of them don't have homes anymore. The manager said that if they woke up outside of the house's light, they'd just vanish like smoke." I looked back at Elias. He was stopping to inspect a discarded soda can, his face filled with wonder at the bright red aluminum. He seemed so solid, so real. But Celas was right. The house was a preservation chamber. It kept things from decaying, kept tragedies from ending. "We saved who we could," I said, though the weight of those we left behind, the people in the walls, the faces in the mirrors, pressed down on me. "I still feel it," Celas whispered, leaning closer to me so the others wouldn't hear. "The house. It's like a radio station playing at the very back of my head. It's quiet now, but it's still broadcasting. It's calling for its lantern." "Don't listen to it," I said, my voice sharp. "It's just an echo." "It's not an echo," Celas said, his brown eyes meeting mine with a terrifying clarity. "It's an invitation. It told me that the north window is still empty. It told me that it's waiting for the glass to be installed." I grabbed his hand, squeezing it hard. You are not a window, Celas. You are my brother. We're going to find a way to shut that sound off. I promise. He nodded, but he didn't look convinced. He looked like someone who had seen the blueprints of the universe and realized he was just a structural support. By mid-morning, we reached the outskirts of a small, dying timber town. A few clapboard houses with peeling paint sat back from the road, their yards cluttered with rusted machinery and plastic toys. It was the kind of place people lived in when they had nowhere else to go, the kind of place the house scouted for its guests. We found a diner at the edge of town, a squat brick building with a neon sign that buzzed with a tired, rhythmic hum. Marge's Eat It Up. Stay close, I told the group, and let me do the talking. We look like we've been through a war. As we pushed through the heavy glass door, a bell chimed, a simple brass sound that made both Celas and Elias flinch. The diner was nearly empty. A lone trucker sat at the counter, hunched over a plate of eggs, and a waitress with a towering beehive of gray hair was wiping down a table. The smell of bacon and cheap coffee hit me like a physical blow. It was so mundane, so aggressively normal, that I felt a sudden, dizzying wave of nausea. The waitress looked up. Her eyes traveled over Elise's torn clothes, my soot-stained face, Celas's haunted expression, and finally Elias, who looked like he had stepped out of a black-and-white film. "Good Lord," she said, dropping her rag. "Did you folks roll your car?" "Something like that," Elise said, her voice steady. "We ran out of gas a few miles back. We need to use a phone and some water." Sit down," the woman said, her professional instinct for hospitality kicking in. "Honey, you look like you've seen a ghost, all of you." We slid into a vinyl booth. The red leather was cracked, the stuffing poking through in places. It was wonderful. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. The waitress brought over 4 glasses of ice water. Celas grabbed his and drank the whole thing in one long, desperate gulp. Elias just stared at the ice cubes, watching the way they bobbed in the liquid. "Where are we?" I asked, my voice rasping. "Oak Haven," the waitress said. "You're about 40 miles north of the interstate. Where were you headed?" "Away," Elias said. The waitress narrowed her eyes, sensing the trauma radiating off us like heat. She didn't push. She just nodded and pointed to a wall-mounted rotary phone near the restrooms. "Phone S there. Local calls are free. Long distance, you'll need to use the operator." I stood up, my legs feeling like lead. I walked to the phone, my hand trembling as I reached for the receiver. I realized with a jolt that I didn't know who to call. My father. He had been the one who told us stories about the Blackwood Basin, stories that sounded like warnings but were actually breadcrumbs. My mother. She had been gone for years, her absence a hole in our lives that the house had tried to fill with golden light. I dialed the only number I knew by heart, my own apartment in the city. I listened to the ring. It sounded so lonely. I imagined the phone sitting on the kitchen counter, next to the mail I hadn't opened and the coffee mug I'd left in the sink. It felt like a message from a different planet. "Click. Hello." I froze. The voice on the other end wasn't a recording. It wasn't an intruder. It was me. "Hello," the voice said again. It sounded tired, bored, slightly annoyed. "Is anyone there?" I lowered the receiver, my heart hammering against my ribs. I looked back at the booth. Celas was watching me, his face pale. Elias was still staring at the ice. Elise was watching the door. I looked at the phone in my hand. The voice, my voice, was still talking. "If this is a telemarketer, I'm not interested. I'm just trying to get some sleep before my shift. I hung up. The plastic clack of the receiver echoed through the quiet diner. I walked back to the booth and sat down. My hands were shaking so hard I had to hide them under the table. Marcus, Elise asked, "Who did you call?" "Nobody," I said. The line was dead. I looked at Celas. I didn't tell him that I was still in the city. I didn't tell him that a version of me was still living the life of oil changes and bank balances. I realized then what the mechanic had meant when he said the house didn't need to trick us. The house didn't just take people, it replaced them. It took the parts of us that were broken, the parts that were searching for something more, and it left the rest behind to keep the world running. I was the part of Marcus that had turned the wheel toward the basin, and that part of me was now in exile. "We can't go back," I whispered. "We weren't going back anyway," Elise said, her eyes meeting mine. She seemed to understand. Maybe she had called her own number. Maybe she knew that the girl in the yellow dress was still out there somewhere, driving a car that never ran out of gas. "So what do we do?" Celas asked. I looked out the window of the diner. A logging truck rumbled past, shaking the floorboards. Across the street, a small hardware store was opening its doors. A dog was barking at a squirrel. "We keep moving," I said. "We have the key. We have the car, or we'll find another one. We stay in the light, not the golden light, the real light." Elias finally spoke. He reached into the water glass and pulled out a sliver of ice. He held it up to the morning sun, watching it melt into a bead of water on his thumb. "It's disappearing," he said, a look of profound peace spreading over his face. "It's changing into something else. It's not staying the same forever." He looked at me, his eyes clear for the first time. "That's the secret, isn't it? The house hates things that change. It hates things that end." "Then we're its worst nightmare," I said. We finished our water. We didn't have any money for food, but the waitress, bless her, brought over a basket of toast and didn't ask for a dime. We ate like starving animals, the butter and salt tasting like a benediction. As we stood up to leave, I saw something in the corner of my eye, a reflection in the glass of the diner door. It wasn't my reflection, it was a window, a tall, narrow window with a gold filigree frame, and through the glass I could see the ballroom. I could see the guests, their porcelain masks turned toward me, their hands raised in a silent plea. I didn't blink, I didn't look away. I walked straight toward the door and pushed it open. The window vanished, the street was empty, the air was cold. I felt Celas's hand slip into mine. He squeezed tight. "I still hear it, Marcus," he whispered. "I know," I said, "me too." We started walking again, heading west, away from the mountain, away from the shadows. We were four broken people with no home to return to, haunted by a golden light that wanted us back. But as we walked, the sun climbed higher, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, our shadows were in front of us, leading the way. They were just shadows, dark, silent, and tied to our heels. They weren't walking away anymore. They were following us into the day. The silence of the road was different than the silence of the house. In the house, the quiet was heavy, like being buried under layers of velvet and dust. It was a pressurized thing that pushed against your eardrums. Out here, the silence was vast and porous. It was filled with the rhythmic crunch of our boots on the grit and the distant, lonely whistle of wind through the power lines. Elias was struggling. His gait was a chaotic series of stumbles, his polished dress shoes, relics of a gala that had ended decades ago, sliding on the damp asphalt. He He kept stopping to touch things. He ran his fingers over the rough bark of a cedar tree, his eyes widening as a piece of it flaked off under his nail. He picked up a discarded cigarette pack and turned it over and over, marveling at the plastic film. "It's all so temporary," he whispered, his breath hitching. "Everything is falling apart out here, Marcus. Don't you see it? The rust on those signs, the way the wood is rotting. It's dying. All of it is dying." "That's the point, Elise said, not looking back. She was walking with a rigid military precision, her eyes fixed on the horizon as if she could pull the next town toward us by sheer force of will. "Things are supposed to end. That's how you know they were real." Elias looked at his own hands, the skin pale and translucent, mapped with blue veins that looked like frozen rivers. "I don't know if I'm real anymore. I feel like if I trip and skin my knee, I won't bleed. I'll just leak sawdust or light." I reached out and steadied him as he tripped over a frost-heaved crack in the road. His arm felt thin, the bone beneath the wool sleeve as fragile as a bird's. "You're bleeding into the world, Elias. That's what living is. You're being consumed by time again. It's a gift, even if it feels like a haunting." Celas stayed close to my side, his hand never leaving mine. He was unusually quiet, his head tilted slightly to the left as if he were trying to catch a frequency just out of range. Every few minutes, his fingers would twitch against my palm, a Morse code of anxiety I couldn't decipher. "I see you still with me." He looked up, and for a second his eyes were unfocused, reflecting the gray sky like dull pennies. Then he blinked, and the boy came back. "The manager is looking for his glasses," he said tonelessly. "I stopped dead, what?" In my head, Celas said, rubbing his temple with his free hand. "He's in the library. He's throwing the books on the floor. He can't see the hallways anymore because the lantern is gone. He's stumbling around in the dark, Marcus. He's angry. He's so angry the walls are sweating." "Don't look back there," I told him, kneeling so I was eye level with him. I grabbed his shoulders, trying to ground him. "That place is miles behind us. It's a hole in the dirt. It has no power over you anymore." "He has the needle," Celas whispered, his voice trembling, "the one the mechanic used. He's trying to sew the shadows back to the floor, but they won't stay. They're running away. They're all running away, and he's screaming." Elise had stopped a few yards ahead. She turned, her face a mask of cold exhaustion. "We need to get him under cover. If he's still linked to that place, we're a beacon. We need a basement or a room with no windows, something to break the signal." "A basement," I laughed, a harsh, jagged sound. "The last thing we need is to go back underground." "Not a dungeon, Marcus, a Faraday cage, something grounded," she countered. "Look." She pointed toward a cluster of buildings rising out of the mist a half-mile ahead. It wasn't a town, but a highway maintenance shed, a corrugated metal warehouse surrounded by a chain-link fence. Near the gate sat a yellow dot truck, its plow rusted and tilted like a broken jaw. "Metal walls," Elise said. "It might help. At the very least, it's a place to hide if the house tries to reach out and pull us back." We hurried toward the compound, our shadows stretching long and distorted in the strengthening morning light. The gate was padlocked, but the chain was old. I found a heavy rock and smashed the link with a desperation that surprised me. The metal shrieked as it gave way, the sound echoing through the empty valley like a gunshot. Inside the warehouse, the air smelled of diesel, cold grease, and road salt. It was a beautiful, industrial smell, the scent of human labor and mundane utility. There were no velvet curtains here, no porcelain faces, just stacks of orange traffic cones and bags of salt. Elias collapsed onto a stack of pallets, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The transition was taking its toll on him. The long-term guest was beginning to fray at the edges. His hair, which had been a vibrant, silver screen white, now looked dull and brittle. "It's quiet in here," Celas said, his posture relaxing. He let go of my hand and walked to the center of the concrete floor. He took the silver key out of his pocket and held it up. It didn't glow, but the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to lean away from it, as if the object occupied a space the light couldn't understand. "What is that thing really?" Elise asked, leaning against a workbench covered in rusted wrenches. "The manager called it a key, but it doesn't have teeth." "It's a weight," Celas said softly. "The house is like a balloon. It wants to float away into the dark, into the elsewhere. This key is what stakes it to the ground. It's the anchor. As long as I have it, the house is stuck here in our world. It's tethered." "And if you get rid of it?" I asked. "Then the house goes where the manager wants it to go, to the place where there's no time, where everyone is a doll forever." Celas looked at the key with a mixture of reverence and loathing. He wants it back because he's afraid of being lost in the dark. He's a coward, Marcus. He built a kingdom out of grief because he couldn't stand the thought of being forgotten. I sat down on the floor next to him, the cold concrete seeping through my jeans. "We should destroy it, melt it down." "You can't," Elias croaked from the pallets. He was hugging himself, shivering violently. "That metal, it isn't from the earth. It was forged in the breath of the things that live beneath the house. If you try to break it, you'll only break the world around it." "Then we bury it," I said, "deep, somewhere no one will ever find it." "The house will find it," Elise said. She was pacing the length of the warehouse, her boots echoing. "It's a homing pigeon. It'll move through the earth, shifting the soil, opening cracks in the basements of innocent people until it finds its anchor again. We can't leave it anywhere." "Then I'll keep it," Celas said firmly. He closed his fist over the silver metal. "I'm the lantern. I know how to hold it." "No," I snapped. "You're 11 years old. You're going to school. You're going to play baseball. You are not going to be a guardian for a sentient nightmare." "Marcus, look at me," Celas said. He stepped closer, and for a moment the age in his eyes was unbearable. It wasn't his age, it was the age of the house, a borrowed maturity that had stained his soul. "I'm not a normal kid anymore. I can feel the architecture of the world. I can see the way the shadows are stitched to the light. If I give this to someone else, they'll use it. They'll see the beauty in the house, the way I did. They'll want to be the heart of it." I looked at him, my heart breaking. I wanted to tell him he was wrong. I wanted to tell him we could go back to the way things were, but I remembered the voice on the phone. The Marcus who was still in the city, the version of us that had been left behind. We were the excess. We were the parts that had been stripped away during the glazing process. "We're ghosts, aren't we?" I asked softly. Elise stopped pacing. She looked at her hands, then at the door. "Not ghosts. We're the truth, the people back in the city. They're the edited versions. They're the lies the house told the world so it wouldn't notice we were gone." "I want to be alive," Elias whispered. "I want to go back to my house in 1944. I want to see my wife. I want to tell her I just went out for a walk and got lost in the fog." "She's gone, Elias," I said, as gently as I could. "Everyone you knew is gone." Elias began to cry, a thin, reedy sound that seemed to vibrate the metal walls of the shed. It was the sound of 70 years of delayed grief, finally catching up to a man who had been frozen in a golden amber. Suddenly, the temperature in the warehouse dropped. It wasn't the natural chill of the morning. It was a sudden, vacuum-like cold that sucked the breath out of my lungs. The smell of diesel and salt vanished, replaced by the cloying, suffocating scent of lilies and floor wax. "He's here," Celas gasped, clutching his chest. The corrugated metal walls of the warehouse began to groan. The rivets popped one by one, flying across the room like bullets. I tackled Celas to the floor, shielding him with my body. "Elise, get down." The light coming through the gaps in the metal turned a sickly, bruised orange. The shadows on the floor didn't behave like shadows anymore. They detached themselves from the objects that cast them, pooling together in the center of the room like spilled ink. The ink rose, swirling into a tall, spindly shape. It didn't have a face, but it had a silhouette I recognized. The sharp, angular shoulders of the manager's suit, the tilt of a head that shouldn't have been there. "The key," a voice hissed. It didn't come from the shadow. It came from the walls themselves, the vibrating metal acting as a speaker. "The anchor is mine. The boy is mine. The house is hungry, Marcus. It hasn't fed since the dawn." "Go to hell," I screamed, reaching for a heavy iron crowbar on the nearby workbench. I swung it at the shadow, but the metal passed through the darkness as if it were smoke. The shadow lunged, not at me, but at Elias. The old man didn't move. He sat on his pallets, his eyes wide and vacant. "Is it time?" he asked softly. "Am I going back?" "No," Elise shouted. She grabbed a flare gun from the Dot truck's emergency kit and fired. The flare erupted in a fountain of brilliant, magnesium-white light. For a heartbeat, the warehouse was brighter than the sun. The shadow recoiled, shrieking, a sound like tearing silk. The orange light from the gaps in the walls flickered and dimmed. "The key, Celas, use the key," Elise yelled. "How?" Celas cried, his face pale with terror. "It opens doors," I shouted, a sudden realization hitting me. "It doesn't just hold the house here, it's the way in and out. Open a door to somewhere else, anywhere but here." Celas looked at the silver key. He looked at the swirling shadow of the manager, which was reforming, its edges hardening into something more solid, more lethal. Celas didn't run. He stood up and walked toward the center of the concrete floor. He didn't look at the shadow. He looked at the air in front of him, as if he could see the invisible threads of the world's fabric. He took the key and made a sharp, twisting motion in the empty air. There was no lock, there was no door, but as he turned his wrist, a sound echoed through the warehouse, the heavy, tectonic thud of a deadbolt sliding home. A line of silver light appeared in the air. It was thin at first, then it widened, revealing a glimpse of something that wasn't the warehouse and wasn't the house. It was a place of gray mist and endless, rolling waves, a cold, indifferent sea that stretched into infinity. "The void," Elias whispered, standing up. He looked at the rift with a strange, terrifying longing, the place where there are no memories, no pain. "Elias, no." I reached for him, but he was faster than he looked. The shadow of the manager screamed, a real, physical sound this time, and dived toward the rift, trying to close it, trying to reclaim the anchor. But Elias stepped between them. The old man turned back to us for one final second. The fragility was gone. In its place was the dignity of a man who had finally decided to own his ending. "I've been a guest for too long," Elias said. "I think it's time I checked out." He grabbed the shadow, his hands sinking into the dark, smoky mass, and threw himself forward. He didn't fall into the rift, he merged with it. The old man and the shadow of the manager tumbled together into the gray mist. "Celas, close it," I yelled. Celas twisted the key in the opposite direction. The silver line snapped shut, the sound of the locking bolt echoing like a clap of thunder. The warehouse went silent. The orange light vanished. The smell of lilies was gone, replaced by the sharp, ozone tang of the flare. Elia's was gone. The manager's shadow was gone. We stood in the dim light of the shed, breathing hard. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling metal walls. Celas slumped to his knees, the silver key falling from his hand. It hit the concrete with a dull thud. It looked like an ordinary piece of metal now. It looked tired. Lilise walked over and picked it up. She looked at it for a long time, then tucked it into her pocket. "He's not dead," she said softly. "The manager, he's just elsewhere. Without the anchor, he's lost in the gray." "And Elias?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Elias is where he belongs," she said. "He's part of the sea now. He's finally allowed to be forgotten." I sat down next to Celas and pulled him into my lap. He was shaking, his small hands clutching my jacket. "Is he coming back, Marcus? The man with the birdcage?" "No," I said, and for the first time I believed it. "He's out of keys, see. He's locked on the other side." We stayed in the warehouse until the sun was high in the sky. We didn't talk about what we had seen. We didn't talk about the version of us that was still in the city, living our lives. We just sat in the smell of salt and diesel, feeling the cold, honest bite of the winter air. When we finally walked out of the compound, the world looked different. The trees weren't just trees. They were living things that would one day fall and become soil. The road wasn't just a path. It was a scar on the earth that would eventually be reclaimed by the grass. We weren't going back to the city. We couldn't. We were the exiles of the Blackwood Basin, the ones who had seen the glazing and survived. "We need a car," Elise said, looking down the long, empty highway. "And we need a new name, all of us." "Where are we going?" Celas asked. I looked toward the west, where the mountains met the sky. "As far as the road goes, see, we're going to find a place where the light is just light, and the shadows stay where they're put." We started walking, 3 figures on a gray ribbon of asphalt, moving away from the mountain that ate souls. Behind us, the highway maintenance shed stood silent, a few rusted rivets scattered on the floor, the only evidence that a war for the architecture of reality had just been fought in the dark. The lantern was gone, the house was adrift, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the dark. I was afraid of the golden light, and I knew that as long as we kept moving, it could never catch us again. The silence of the open road was different from the silence of the house. In the house, the quiet felt manufactured, a heavy velvet curtain drawn tight to muffle the screaming of the floorboards. Out here, the silence was vast and indifferent. It was the sound of wind scouring the dead grass and the distant, rhythmic hum of a world that didn't care if we existed or not. We walked for 3 hours before we saw the first sign of life that didn't feel like a hallucination. It was a diner, a low-slung building of white brick and faded neon, sitting solitary at a crossroads like a lighthouse for the weary. A single car, a battered blue sedan, sat in the gravel lot. "Wait," Elise said, catching my arm. She looked at the diner with a suspicion that had become her new default setting. "We don't know who's in there. We don't know if the world has shifted since we left." "It's just a diner, Elise," I said, though my own heart was hammering against my ribs. "We need water. Celas needs to eat. We can't walk to the coast on adrenaline and trauma." Celas was staring at the neon sign. It hummed, a low electric buzz that vibrated in the back of my teeth. "Eat," it said, the G in good food having flickered out long ago. To Celas, that hum wasn't just electricity, it was a pulse. He reached out, his fingers twitching in the air as if he were plucking strings I couldn't see. "The wires are full of birds," he whispered. "What?" I asked, leaning down. "The electricity," he clarified, his voice small and distant. "It feels like feathers. It's not like the house. The house felt like lead pipes. This feels like it wants to fly." I swapped a look with Elise. The glazing hadn't just changed our histories, it had rewired Celas. He was the lantern, even without the house to light. He was a lightning rod for the mundane energy of the universe, and I realized with a jolt of protective terror that we were never going to be normal again. We were sensitive instruments tuned to a frequency that most people spent their lives ignoring. We crossed the gravel lot, the crunch of the stones sounding like breaking bones in the stillness. I pushed the door open, and a bell chimed, a simple, brassy sound that made me flinch. Inside, the air was warm and smelled of burnt coffee and onions. An old woman with hair the color of wood ash sat behind the counter, reading a paperback. She didn't look up. A trucker in a flannel shirt sat in a booth at the far end, staring morosely into a mug of tea. It was so ordinary it hurt. It felt like a trap. I found myself looking for the seams in the wallpaper, expecting the floral patterns to start weeping or the floor to tilt at an impossible angle. But the linoleum remained flat. The waitress eventually looked up, her eyes magnified by thick glasses. "Sit anywhere, honey. Menus are on the tables," she said, her voice a comfortable rasp. We slid into a booth near the window. Elise sat with her back to the wall, her eyes scanning the room like a soldier in a foxhole. She kept her hand in her pocket, her fingers undoubtedly curled around the silver key. "I don't have any money," I realized, the weight of our situation finally sinking in. "My wallet. It's probably back in the city, with the other Marcus." "I have some," Elise said. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a wad of crumpled bills. "I took it from the manager's desk while you were looking for the boy. It's old currency, mostly 20s from the 80s, but it's legal tender. He kept it in a cigar box like a souvenir." She laid the money on the table. The bills felt slightly damp, as if they had been sweating in the dark for decades. I looked at the face of Andrew Jackson and felt a wave of vertigo. To the manager, this was just paper from a particular era of his collection. To us, it was the difference between starving and surviving. The waitress came over, her apron stained with gravy. "What can I get you folks? You look like you've been through a hedge backwards." "3 coffees, and whatever the biggest breakfast plate is for the boy," I said. "Make it 4 coffees," Elise corrected, "and 3 plates. We all need to eat." As the waitress walked away, Celas leaned his head against the cool glass of the window. "The man in the truck," he murmured. "He's thinking about his daughter. She has a birthday tomorrow. He's worried about the tires on his rig." "Celas," I said, my voice sharp. "Stop it. Don't look." "I'm not looking, Marcus. It's just loud. Everyone is so loud out here." He pressed his palms over his ears. In the house, there were only the guests. They all thought the same thing. They thought about the things they lost. But out here, everyone is thinking about what's next. It's like 1,000 radios playing at once. Elise leaned across the table, her expression softening for the first time since we'd escaped. "You have to learn to tune it out, Celas. Think of it like a storm. You're inside a sturdy house. The wind can blow, but it can't get to you unless you open the door." "I don't have a door anymore," Celas said. The manager took it. The food arrived: greasy eggs, limp bacon, and toast that tasted like heaven. We ate in a desperate, animalistic silence. It was the first real thing I'd tasted in what felt like lifetimes. The salt on the eggs was sharp and aggressive. The coffee was bitter and scorched my throat. It was wonderful. It was proof of life. Halfway through the meal, the bell above the door chimed again. We all froze. Elise's hand vanished into her pocket. I gripped my fork so hard the tines bent against the ceramic plate. A state trooper walked in. He looked young, his uniform crisp and his Stetson adjusted to a perfect, authoritative angle. He nodded to the waitress and took a seat at the counter. "Morning, Barb, just a black coffee. Got a long haul today." Heading up to the basin, Miller, the waitress asked, pouring his drink. "Yeah, some hiker reported a disturbance near the old Blackwood estate. Said the fog was acting unnatural. Probably just kids with smoke bombs, but the captain wants a visual." I felt the blood drain from my face. The world was already reacting. The house might be adrift, but it had left a hole in the sky that people were starting to notice. "You hear about the city," the trooper continued, blowing on his coffee. "Massive power surge last night. Half the grid went down. They're saying it was a solar flare, but I've never seen a transformer blow green sparks before." Elise kicked me under the table. Her eyes were hard. "We need to go. Now." We didn't finish our food. I dropped 2 of the manager's damp 20s on the table, far more than the meal cost, and we slid out of the booth. We tried to move naturally, but I felt the troopers' eyes on our backs. We were 3 people in tattered, soot-stained clothes, walking with the haunted gait of survivors. We didn't fit the landscape. "Hey," the trooper called out as I reached for the door. I stopped, my hand hovering over the handle. I considered running, but that would only confirm his suspicions. I turned slowly, trying to muster a tired, neutral smile. "Yes, officer." The trooper turned on his stool, his eyes raking over us. He lingered on Celas, who was staring at the floor, his shoulders hunched. "You folks okay? Your car break down." "Ran out of gas a few miles back," I lied, the words tasting like copper. "We're walking to the next station." "You're going the wrong way for a station," he said, his voice dropping an octave. He stood up, his hand resting casually on his belt. "The nearest pump is 10 miles behind you. Nothing but woods and mountain road ahead for 30 miles. "We must have missed the sign in the dark," Elise said, stepping forward. She used her hospital voice, the one she probably used to calm panicked patients. It was steady, authoritative, and completely full of shit. "My brother isn't feeling well. We were hoping to find a phone." The trooper looked at Elise, then back at me. He was suspicious, but he wasn't the manager. He was just a man doing a job, and he didn't have the vocabulary for what we were. He saw drifters, maybe drug addicts, maybe runaways. He didn't see ghosts. "Let me see some ID," he said. This was it. If I gave him my name and he ran it through his computer, what would he find? A Marcus who was currently sitting in an office in the city, or a Marcus who had been reported missing weeks ago, or worse, nothing at all. "I left my wallet in the car," I said. "Look, we don't want any trouble. We'll just head back the way we came." "I think you'll wait right here while I check out that car of yours," the trooper said. He started toward us, his boots clicking on the linoleum. Celas looked up. His eyes weren't dull pennies anymore. They were bright, reflecting the fluorescent lights of the diner with an intensity that was physically painful to look at. "The bridge," Celas whispered. "What?" the trooper asked, stopping a few feet away. "The bridge at mile marker 14, Celas said, his voice echoing in the small room. "The bolts are rusted. The water is high. If you don't go there now, the bus will fall. The yellow bus with the children. I can hear them singing. The trooper stared at Celas. Kid, what are you talking about? There's no bus. Suddenly, the trooper's radio crackled to life. The static was deafening, a jagged wall of white noise that made the waitress cover her ears. Through the screeching, a frantic voice broke through. All units, structural failure at the Blackwood Creek Bridge. School bus 42 is hanging off the north rail. Repeat, we have a vehicle dangling. Multiple injuries reported. The trooper's face went white. He looked at Celas, his mouth hanging open. The boy wasn't looking at him. He was looking through him, at a tragedy unfolding 10 miles away. How did you, the trooper started, but the urgency of the radio call overrode his curiosity. He turned and bolted for the door, his coffee left steaming on the counter. Seconds later, the blue and red lights of his cruiser erupted in the parking lot, and he tore away, gravel spraying against the diner's windows. The waitress was staring at us, her paperback forgotten on the floor. The trucker had stood up, his face a mask of confusion. We have to go, I said, grabbing Celas by the hand. We didn't walk this time. We ran. We dived into the tree line across the road, pushing through the dense brush until the diner was a white speck in the distance. We didn't stop until we reached a dry creek bed shielded by a canopy of ancient hemlocks. I leaned against a mossy boulder, gasping for air. Celas, how did you know? I didn't know, Celas said, sitting down on the frozen ground. He looked exhausted, his small frame trembling. I felt the world breaking. It's like a thread snapped. I just told him where the snap was. You saved them, Elise said, her voice hushed. She sat down next to him, her eyes wide. The house. It gave you the sight, Celas, but it's not for him anymore. It's yours. It's a curse, Celas said, his voice flat. It's all breaking, Elise, everywhere. The world is full of holes, and the house was just the biggest one. Now that it's gone, the other holes are starting to leak. I looked at my hands. They were steady, but I felt a profound sense of displacement. We were no longer part of the tapestry of the world. We were the needles, moving through the fabric, seeing the gaps where the weave was thin. We can't stay on the roads, I said. The trooper saw us. He'll remember what Celas said. When they realize there was no way he could have known about that bridge, they'll come looking. Not just the police. People like the mechanic. People who want to know how the trick works. Then we go into the deep woods, Elise said. There are old logging trails. We head west. We stay off the grid until we find someone who can help us. Who could possibly help us? I asked. We're refugees from a dimension that doesn't exist. Elias wasn't the only one, Elise said, her voice dropping to a whisper. Think about it, Marcus. The house has been around for over 100 years. People have escaped before. They have to have. There are stories, urban legends about the people who walk between. We find them. We find the others who were glazed and came out the other side. She pulled the silver key from her pocket. It seemed to catch the filtered sunlight, glowing with a soft, inner warmth. The manager said this was an anchor, but Celas used it as a door. If there are other anchors out there, other places where the world is thin, we can use them to disappear. I don't want to disappear, I said. I want to go home. Marcus, she said, her voice pained. Look at the boy. Look at me. We are home. This is all we have left. I looked at Celas. He was tracing patterns in the dirt with a stick. He wasn't drawing trees or houses. He was drawing the complex, non-Euclidean geometry of the house's hallways, the maps of a place that was now drifting in a void of gray mist. He's right, Celas said, not looking up. The manager is still calling. He's in the sea, but he's standing on a rock. He's building a new door. He's using the memories of the people he took with him. Elias, I asked, a lump forming in my throat. Elias is trying to stop him, Celas said, but Elias is just a man. The manager is, he's the hunger. He's the part of us that wants to stay in the dark where it's safe. I stood up, the cold of the creek bed seeping into my boots. Then we keep moving. We don't give him a target. If the house is a balloon, we stay out of reach of the string. We began our trek into the wilderness, leaving the highway behind. The forest was dense, the ground covered in a thick carpet of pine needles and decaying leaves. It felt ancient, a place that had seen empires rise and fall and didn't care about the tiny dramas of men. As the sun began to set, casting long skeletal shadows across the forest floor, we found a small cave tucked into the side of a granite ridge. It wasn't much, but it was dry and hidden. We huddled together for warmth, the silver key sitting on a flat stone between us like a tiny metallic campfire. Marcus, Celas whispered as the darkness deepened. Yeah, see. If we find the other version of me, the one in the city, would he know me? I thought about the Marcus who was probably sitting in a coffee shop right now, complaining about the rain or a late train. I thought about the Celas who was sleeping in a bed with clean sheets, dreaming of normal things. No, I said, and the truth felt like a stone in my gut. He wouldn't know you, because he's the part of you that never had to grow up in the dark. He's the lucky one. I don't think so, Celas said, closing his eyes. He doesn't know how the stars taste. He doesn't know that the wind has a name. I think I'd rather be the one who walked away. I watched him fall into a fitful sleep, his breath hitching every time a branch snapped outside. Elise was already out, her head resting on her pack, her hands still clutched around the key even in sleep. I stayed awake watching the shadows. I watched them move, not because of the wind, but because they were alive. They were watching us back. The world was no longer a solid thing. It was a thin veil, and we were the ones who knew what was hiding on the other side. In the distance, a loon cried out, a long, mournful sound that echoed through the valley. It sounded like a name. It sounded like Elias. I closed my eyes and prayed to a god I no longer believed in, that the sea was deep enough to hold the manager, and that the road ahead was long enough to lose our ghosts. But as I drifted off, I felt a familiar vibration in the ground, a slow, rhythmic thud, like a giant heart beating deep beneath the earth. The house was drifting, but it wasn't gone. It was searching for its anchor, and we were the only ones who knew where it was buried. The vibration didn't stop. It wasn't the rhythmic thrum of a truck on a distant highway or the low-frequency groan of tectonic plates settling. It was a rhythmic, demanding pulse that seemed to originate from the center of my own sternum. I sat bolt upright in the mouth of the cave, the grit of the stone floor biting into my palms. Beside me, the silver key on the flat rock was vibrating with such intensity that it hummed, a high-pitched metallic whine that set my teeth on edge. I looked at Celas. He wasn't asleep anymore. He was sitting up, his eyes wide and fixed on the darkness beyond our shelter. The pupils were so dilated they swallowed the iris entirely, reflecting the faint, dying embers of the twilight like two obsidian mirrors. He's knocking, Celas whispered. To the manager, I asked, my heart hammering a frantic counterrhythm to the pulse in the ground. No, Celas said, his voice trembling. The house. It's hungry, Marcus. It's like a stomach that's been cut open. It's trying to sew itself shut with whatever it can find. It's looking for the pieces that fell out. Elise stirred, her hand instantly snapping to the key. As soon as her skin touched the silver, the humming stopped, but the air in the cave grew heavy, thick with the smell of ozone and old, wet wallpaper. She looked at me, her face pale in the gloom. We can't stay here, the anchor. It's acting like a beacon. But Celas said it's drifting, I argued, desperate for a reprieve. He said it was in the sea. The sea isn't a place, Marcus, Elise said, standing up and brushing the dirt from her knees. It's a state of being. To the house, the sea is just the space between the things that are real. It's moving through the static, and we're the loudest signal in the woods. We scrambled out of the cave, the night air hitting us like a physical blow. The forest had changed. The trees, which had seemed so indifferent and ancient an hour ago, now felt deliberate. Their branches leaned inward, weaving together to blot out the stars. The wind didn't whistle through the leaves. It hissed, a sibilant sound that mimicked the rustle of silk gowns in a hallway that shouldn't exist. "Which way?" I asked, looking at the wall of blackness. Celas pointed west toward the deeper shadows of the mountain, away from the water. The house follows the flow. If we climb, we might get above the mist. We began to climb. The terrain was brutal, slick granite faces, tangled laurel thickets that tore at our clothes, and hidden pockets of snow that hadn't yet succumbed to the spring thaw. I took the lead, using my hands to find purchase on the cold stone, while Elise stayed behind Celas, ready to catch him if he slipped. As we ascended, the world below us began to dissolve. A thick, pearlescent fog was rolling in from the valley, swallowing the pines and the creek bed. It wasn't natural fog. It didn't drift with the wind. It surged, cresting like a wave, illuminated from within by a faint, sickly green glow. It was the same color as the sparks the trooper had mentioned at the diner. It was the color of the house's heartbeat. "It's faster than us," Celas panted, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Don't look back," I commanded, though I could feel the cold dampness of the mist licking at my heels. We reached a narrow ridge, a spine of rock that looked out over the vast expanse of the Blackwood wilderness. From here, I could see the lights of a distant town, tiny amber pinpricks of normalcy that felt a million miles away. Between us and that safety lay the fog, a churning ocean of gray that had already erased the highway and the diner. "Look," Elise whispered, pointing toward the center of the mist. A shape was forming. It wasn't solid, not yet. It was a silhouette of gables and chimneys, a jagged architecture of memory rising out of the vapor. It looked like a charcoal sketch being filled in by an invisible hand. The house wasn't just following us, it was manifesting. It was using the glaze still coating our souls to find a foothold in the physical world. "It's using us," I realized, the horror of it cold in my veins. Every time we think about it, every time we remember a room or a hallway, we're giving it the blueprints to rebuild itself here. "Then stop thinking about it," Elise snapped, though her eyes were fixed on the phantom structure with a terrified fascination. "I can't," Celas cried, clutching his head. "It's too loud. It's screaming for its lantern." The silver key in Elise's hand began to glow brighter, the light bleeding through her fingers. She looked down at it, her expression hardening into something I didn't recognize, a cold, clinical resolve. "The manager said this was the anchor," she said. "If the anchor is gone, the ship can't moor." "What are you doing?" I asked. She didn't answer. She stepped toward the edge of the ridge, the wind whipping her hair across her face. Below us, the phantom house was growing more distinct. I could see the porch now, the swing moving slowly in a breeze that didn't exist. I could see the front door, the door Celas said was gone, waiting to be opened. Elise, no, I lunged for her, but she was quicker. She didn't throw the key. She knelt down and pressed it into a deep crevice in the granite. Then she picked up a heavy stone and began to hammer at it. The sound of metal on stone echoed through the night like a gunshot. "If I can't break it, I'll bury it," she shouted over the rising roar of the wind. "I'll wedge it so deep the earth itself will have to swallow it." With every strike, the phantom house below us flickered. The green glow pulsed erratically, the image stuttering like a film reel caught in a projector. Celas fell to his knees, his body jerking in sync with the blows. "It hurts," he screamed. "Elise, stop, it hurts the world." "It's supposed to hurt," she yelled back, her face streaked with soot and sweat. "We aren't guests anymore, Celas. We're the ones who survived." One final, massive blow sent a shower of sparks flying from the crevice. The key didn't break, but it was driven deep into the heart of the mountain, wedged so tightly that no human hand would ever retrieve it. The effect was instantaneous. The roar of the wind vanished, replaced by a silence so absolute it felt like being underwater. The green fog didn't dissipate, it imploded. The phantom house collapsed in on itself, the gables and chimneys folding like paper before vanishing into a single, blinding point of light. Then that too was gone. The valley below was empty, just the dark silhouettes of trees and the distant, uncaring lights of the town. Celas collapsed forward, his forehead resting on the cold rock. He was shivering violently, but the terrifying brightness in his eyes had faded, replaced by the dull, exhausted gaze of a child who had seen too much. Elise slumped back, her hands bloody from the rough stone. She looked at me, her chest heaving. "Is it gone?" "For now," I said, my voice barely a whisper. We sat there on the ridge for a long time, three broken shapes against the sky. The weight of what we had done and what we had lost began to settle over us. We had severed the connection, but in doing so, we had stranded ourselves in a world that no longer felt like it belonged to us. "We have to move," I said eventually. "The sun will be up in a few hours. We need to find cover before the search parties start." "They won't find us," Celas said, his voice small and hollow. "The mountain, it feels different now, like it's holding its breath." We began the descent on the opposite side of the ridge, moving away from the Blackwood estate, away from the diner, and away from the life I had known. We didn't talk. There was nothing left to say. Every step was a labor, a conscious effort to stay in the now, to keep our minds from wandering back to the gray halls and the velvet curtains. By dawn, we reached a small hunting cabin nestled in a thicket of birch trees. It was boarded up for the season, but the lock was old and rusted. I forced the door open, and we slipped inside, the air smelling of pine needles and dry rot. It was a palace compared to the cave. There were bunks with dusty mattresses, a wood stove, and a few tins of beans on a shelf. Elise sat on the edge of a bunk, staring at her ruined hands. What happens when they find the bus, Marcus? What happens when that trooper tells them about the boy who knew the bridge was falling? "They'll look for a psychic," I said, opening a tin of beans with a pocket knife I found on the counter. "They'll look for a miracle. They won't look for us." "But the mechanic," Celas said, sitting on the floor in a patch of pale morning light. "He's still out there. He's the one who fixes the things that break, and we broke the house." "Let him come," I said, handing a spoon to Celas. "Let them all come. We aren't the people they're looking for anymore. We're something else." I looked out the small, grimy window of the cabin. The sun was rising over the mountains, a pale, cold yellow that didn't provide much warmth but was at least real. In the distance, I could hear the faint, rhythmic sound of a woodpecker, a steady, natural pulse that had nothing to do with the house. But as I watched the shadows of the birch trees lengthen across the clearing, I saw a movement, just a flicker at the edge of the woods. A tall, thin figure in a tattered coat, standing perfectly still. It wasn't the manager. It wasn't the mechanic. It was a man with a lantern, but the lantern wasn't lit. He was holding it out toward the cabin, as if waiting for someone to provide the flame. "Marcus," Celas asked, sensing my change in posture. "Stay away from the window," I said, my voice flat. I didn't tell them what I saw. I didn't tell them that the world wasn't just liking, it was being patrolled. We had walked away from the house, but we had carried the scent of it with us. We were the light now, and in a world full of holes, the moths were always going to find us. I picked up a heavy iron poker from beside the stove and sat down in front of the door. "Sleep," I told them. "I'll take the first watch." As they drifted off into the heavy, dreamless sleep of the exhausted, I realized that Celas was right. The manager hadn't taken the door. He had just moved it, and now the door was us. I sat there in the silence of the cabin, listening to the woodpecker and the wind, waiting for the man in the woods to knock. I wasn't afraid. Fear was a luxury for people who still had something to lose. I just felt a cold, hard curiosity. I wanted to see what kind of light a broken thing could cast. Outside, the mist began to rise again, not green this time, but a thick, ordinary white. But as it swirled around the cabin, it seemed to avoid the door, as if the wood itself had become sacred or cursed. The man in the woods took a step forward, then another. He wasn't walking, he was gliding, his feet barely touching the dead leaves. I gripped the poker and waited. "Come on then," I whispered to the empty room. "Show me what's next." The first knock was soft, almost polite, a tap 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 that sounded like a bird pecking at the glass. I didn't move, I didn't brace. The second knock was harder, the wood of the door groaning under the pressure. "Marcus," a voice whispered from the other side. It wasn't the manager. It wasn't Elia's. It was my own voice. The voice of the Marcus who had stayed behind in the city. "Marcus, let me in. It's cold out here and I don't know where I am." I looked at Celas and Elise, sleeping soundly in the shadows. I looked at my own scarred hands. "You aren't me," I said to the door. "I'm the part you left," the voice replied, and this time it sounded like tearing silk. "I'm the version that didn't have to grow up in the dark. Don't you want to be whole again?" I stood up, the iron poker heavy in my hand. I thought about the bridge and the bus and the silver key wedged into the heart of the mountain. I thought about the glaze and the way the stars tasted. "No," I said, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a surge of genuine, terrifying power. I like the way I am just fine. I reached out and bolted the door. The scratching on the other side intensified, a frantic, animalistic clawing that lasted for several minutes before finally, slowly, fading into the distance. The man with the unlit lantern was gone. The woods were empty. I sat back down, the adrenaline leaving me in a cold wash of exhaustion. We were safe for another hour, maybe another day. But as I looked at Celas, I saw that he was awake, watching me with those old, wise eyes. "He'll be back, won't he?" Celas asked. "Probably," I said. That's okay, Celas said, sitting up and wrapping a dusty blanket around his shoulders. We'll just keep walking. There's a lot of world left to see, Marcus. And I think I'm starting to like the way the birds feel in the wires. We sat together in the growing light, the survivors of a place that didn't exist, waiting for the sun to get high enough to show us the path. We were the lantern that walked away, and wherever we went, the shadows would have to learn to move out of our way. The silence that followed the scratching was more deafening than the noise had been. It was a vacuum, a hollow space in the air that seemed to suck the heat right out of the small iron stove. Celas didn't move from his bunk, and Elise remained curled in a tight ball, her breathing rhythmic but shallow. I stayed by the door, the iron poker resting across my knees, my ears straining for the sound of retreating footsteps or the snap of a twig. There was nothing. The woods had fallen into a state of absolute witness, as if every tree and every stone was holding its breath to see what I would do next. I looked at my hands in the gray, pre-dawn light. They were shaking, not with fear, but with a strange, thrumming kinetic energy. It felt like there were bees under my skin, a frantic vibration that mirrored the hum of the silver key before Elise had hammered it into the mountain. I realized then that the glaze the manager had spoken of wasn't just a film over our eyes. It was a change in our very composition. We were becoming conductors for the static of the house. We were the tuning forks for a reality that was trying to tune itself to a different frequency. "He's still there, Marcus," Celas said softly. He hadn't moved, but his eyes were fixed on the rough-hewn planks of the ceiling. He's just standing on the other side of the light now, waiting for the sun to go down again. "He can wait forever," I said, though my voice lacked the conviction I wanted. "We're leaving as soon as it's bright enough to see the trail." "Where are we going?" Elise asked. She was awake now, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. The dark circles under them looked like bruises. "We can't go back to our lives. The police, the families of the people on that bus, they'll have questions we can't answer. And if that thing, that version of you, is wandering around out there, what happens if it finds your apartment first?" The thought hit me like a physical blow. The Marcus who lived in the city, the one who worried about rent and liked his coffee with too much sugar, was a ghost now. If I went back, I'd be haunting my own life. I'd be the intruder in a space that was designed for a man who no longer existed. "We go north," I said, the decision forming even as I spoke the words, "deep into the Crown lands. There are places up there where the maps get blurry, where the cell towers don't reach. If the house is looking for anchors, it looks for places with history, places with people to feed on. It won't follow us into the empty." "It follows us," Celas corrected, his voice tinged with a weary sadness. "Not the places. We are the history now, Marcus. We're the only rooms it has left." We packed what little we had. A few tins of food from the cabin's larder, a rusted canteen I filled from a nearby spring, and a heavy wool blanket that Elise folded into a makeshift pack. As we stepped out of the cabin, the sun finally crested the ridge, spilling a pale, watery gold over the clearing. The frost on the grass glittered like crushed diamonds, but where the man with the lantern had stood, the ground was scorched. A perfect circle of blackened earth, as if a localized fire had roared there for hours, yet not a single blade of grass outside that circle was singed. "Don't look at it," I warned, ushering them toward the tree line. We hiked for hours, keeping to the ridges where the drainage was better and the visibility was high. The transition from the lush, terrifying woods of the Blackwood estate to the rugged, indifferent wilderness of the high country was subtle but profound. The air grew thinner, sharper, smelling of ancient stone and the upcoming rain. By midday, we found an old logging road, its surface reclaimed by saplings and moss. It offered a clearer path, but it also made me feel exposed. Every time a hawk screeched overhead, I flinched, expecting to see the silhouette of a gabled roof appearing in the clouds. Celas was struggling. His connection to the house was the deepest, and the physical distance we were putting between ourselves and the anchor seemed to be taking a toll on him. He walked with a hitch in his stride, his head lolling as if it were too heavy for his neck. "I can hear the wires again," he whispered during a break. He was sitting on a fallen log, staring at a patch of lichen, not the bird wires, the ones underneath. "They're humming, Marcus. They're saying that the mechanic is angry. He says we took his tools." "The key?" Elise asked, leaning against a birch tree. "The key, the lantern," Celas said. "He says the house can't breathe without a lantern. It's suffocating in the gray. He's coming to fetch the light." "Let him come," Elise said, her voice turning sharp and jagged. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, jagged shard of stone, a piece of the granite she'd broken off when she hammered the key into the mountain. It still had a faint, silvery sheen on one edge where it had been in contact with the metal. "I'm tired of being hunted. If he wants his tools back, he can come and try to take them." I looked at her, and for a moment I saw the woman she had been before the house, the one who had probably been a teacher or a nurse, someone who cared for things. Now there was a flinty hardness in her eyes that frightened me more than the shadows. She wasn't just surviving, she was transforming into something that could survive the house. She was becoming a predator of the supernatural. "We need to find a place to ground ourselves," I said, trying to steer the conversation away from the violence I saw simmering in her. "Celas, you said the house follows the flow. What does that mean?" "It's like water," Celas explained, tracing a pattern in the dirt with a stick. "It wants to go downhill. It wants to find the lowest point where the shadows are thickest. If we stay high on the ridges, it has to work harder to reach us. It has to fight the wind." "Then we keep climbing," I said. As the afternoon wore on, the sky began to bruise with heavy, purple clouds. The wind picked up, a cold northern gale that rattled the skeletal branches of the trees. We reached a high plateau, a desolate stretch of tundra-like terrain where the trees were stunted and twisted by the constant battering of the elements. It felt like the top of the world, a place where the veil between the earth and the sky was thick and solid. But then the vibration started again. It wasn't the deep, rhythmic thud of the house's heart. It was a high-frequency chatter, like 1,000 telegraph keys clicking at once. It was coming from the air itself. "Look," Celas whispered, pointing toward the horizon. Coming across the plateau was a figure. It wasn't the man with the lantern. This figure was shorter, wider, and moved with a jerky mechanical precision. It was dressed in heavy, grease-stained overalls, and its head was obscured by a welding mask that glowed with a dull, orange internal light. In one hand, it carried a massive, rusted wrench. In the other, a coil of heavy copper wire that seemed to writhe like a nest of snakes. "The mechanic." He wasn't running, but he was covering ground with terrifying speed, his heavy boots thumping against the permafrost in a way that made the very air vibrate with that frantic clicking sound. "Run," Elise asked, her hand tightening around the shard of stone. "No," I said, realizing with a sudden, cold clarity that there was nowhere left to run. "He's faster than us on the open ground. We need to find a way to break his connection." "The wire," Celas said, his voice trembling. "The wire is how he grounds the house. If he hooks it to us, we'll be pulled back. We'll be part of the foundation." The mechanic was 50 yards away now. The orange light behind his mask pulsed in time with the clicking. He raised the coil of wire, and I saw that the ends weren't frayed. They were tipped with sharp, multi-pronged hooks that glinted like surgical steel. "Get behind me," I commanded, stepping forward. I didn't have a weapon, only the iron poker from the cabin, which felt absurdly small and fragile against the sheer weight of the entity approaching us. The mechanic stopped 10 paces away. The clicking sound reached a crescendo, then snapped into a sudden, heavy silence. The orange glow narrowed into 2 pinpricks of light behind the mask. The lantern, a voice grated. It didn't come from the figure's mouth. It came from the ground beneath our feet, a vibration that translated into words in the marrow of our bones. "The lantern must be returned to the hall. The dark is leaking. The master is displeased." "The master is at the bottom of the sea," I spat back. "The sea is a room," the mechanic replied. "He is merely waiting for the door to be hung. Give me the boy. Give me the woman. You may go back to your gray world, Marcus. You may have your coffee and your rain." I felt a momentary, sickening pull at my heart. The offer was there, a chance to walk away, to be the lucky one, to let the Marcus who complained about late trains take over again. For a second, I could almost smell the wet asphalt of the city, hear the hum of the refrigerator in my apartment. "No," I said, "they aren't tools, and I'm not your lantern." The mechanic tilted his head, a gesture that was horribly human. "You have already cast a shadow, Marcus. You cannot be anything else now." He swung the coil of wire. It moved through the air with the sound of a whip, the hooks whistling as they sped toward my chest. I dived to the left, the wire lashing the air where I had been standing a split second before. It hit a nearby rock and sparks showered the ground, not orange sparks, but that same sickly green light of the house. Elise didn't wait for a second strike. She lunged forward, not at the mechanic, but at the wire. She slammed her shard of granite down onto the copper cable, the silvery edge of the stone biting deep into the metal. There was a sound like a transformer blowing. A surge of blue-white energy erupted from the point of contact, throwing Elise backward. The mechanic let out a sound that wasn't a scream, but the screech of metal grinding against metal. The wire began to glow white-hot, the heat so intense that the moss beneath it began to smoke. "Celas, now," I yelled, though I didn't know what I was asking him to do. Celas didn't move toward the fight. Instead, he sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. He began to hum, a low, melodic tune that I recognized from the diner. It was the song the radio had been trying to play through the static. As he hummed, the air around us began to shimmer. The frantic clicking of the mechanic's presence slowed, then began to harmonize with Celas's voice. The orange light in the mask flickered, losing its intensity. "He's part of the house," Celas shouted over the hum. "He's just a gear. If you change the rhythm, he can't turn." I scrambled to my feet and gripped the iron poker. The mechanic was trying to haul the wire back, but it was fused to the rock where Elise had struck it. He was tethered to the mountain, his own grounding wire turned into a leash. I ran at him, swinging the poker with every ounce of strength I had. I didn't aim for the mask. I aimed for the joints, the places where the heavy overalls creased at the knees and elbows. The iron struck home with a dull clank, and I felt the vibration travel up my arms, a shock of cold that nearly numbed my fingers. The mechanic swiped at me with his wrench, a blow that would have crushed my skull, but he was off balance, hindered by the fused wire. I ducked, the heavy tool whistling over my head, and struck again, this time at the back of his knee. He buckled, not like a man, but like a collapsing scaffold. "Elise, the stone," I shouted. She was already there, crawling through the dirt, her face pale and her hands trembling. She grabbed the shard of granite and, with a scream of pure, unadulterated rage, slammed it into the center of the mechanic's welding mask. The glass didn't shatter, it dissolved. The orange light poured out in a blinding torrent, a fountain of molten energy that scorched the air. For a heartbeat, I saw what was behind the mask. It wasn't a face. It was a clockwork nightmare of brass gears, pulsing veins of green light, and a single, terrified human eye staring out from the center of the mechanism. Then the light imploded. The mechanic's body didn't fall, it unraveled. The overalls, the boots, the wrench, it all turned into a fine gray ash that was instantly caught by the wind and scattered across the plateau. The wire remained, a fused, blackened scar on the rock, but the entity was gone. The silence that returned was different this time. It wasn't the silence of a vacuum, it was the silence of a graveyard. Elise lay on her back, staring at the sky, her breath coming in jagged gasps. Celas was still humming, though the sound had faded to a mere whisper. I stood over the spot where the mechanic had been, the iron poker still gripped in my hand, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "Is he gone?" Celas asked, opening his eyes. They were clear now, the obsidian depth replaced by a soft human brown. "He's gone," I said, though I knew it was a lie. He was gone from this place, but the house would just build another one. It would find another soul to wrap in grease-stained overalls and copper wire. I went to Elise and helped her up. Her hands were blistered from the energy surge, but she didn't complain. She just looked at the blackened wire on the rock and then at me. "We can't keep doing this, Marcus," she said. "We're winning the battles, but we're losing the war. Every time we fight them, we get closer to them. I can still feel the heat from that mask in my bones." "I know," I said, "but we're not going back. We're going to find a place where the house can't follow, a place so quiet it can't hear us." "Does such a place exist?" Celas asked, standing up and brushing the ash from his pants. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we have to try." We continued north, leaving the plateau and descending into a deep, ancient valley where the trees were so thick the sun never reached the forest floor. The air was damp and smelled of decay and new growth, the cycle of life moving in a way that felt honest and brutal. As the sun began to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the valley floor, I saw a movement in the distance. Not a man with a lantern, and not a mechanic with a wrench. It was a house. Not the house. This was a small, derelict cottage made of stone and timber, its roof caved in and its windows long since shattered. It was a ruin of the real world, a place that had been lived in, loved, and eventually abandoned by ordinary people. "There," I said, pointing toward the ruin. "We'll stay there tonight." "Is it safe?" Celas asked, his voice small. "It's empty," I said, "and in our world, empty is as safe as it gets." We reached the cottage just as the last of the light faded. We built a small fire in the remains of the hearth, using the broken floorboards for fuel. The warmth was real, the smoke was real, and the way the shadows danced on the stone walls was just physics, nothing more. For the first time in days, we ate in peace. We shared the last of the beans and drank the cold spring water. Celas fell asleep almost immediately, his head resting on a pile of dry leaves. Elise sat by the fire, sharpening her shard of granite with a piece of whetstone she'd found in the ruins. I sat by the window, looking out into the dark. I didn't see the man with the lantern. I didn't hear the clicking of the mechanic. All I heard was the wind in the trees and the distant cry of an owl. But as I watched the darkness, I saw a single, tiny light on the far side of the valley. It wasn't green and it wasn't orange. It was a warm, steady white, the light of a campfire or perhaps a flashlight. Someone else was out there. I didn't know if they were a friend or a foe, a survivor or a ghost. But for the first time, I felt a flicker of hope. We weren't the only ones who had walked away. There were others in the woods, others who knew the truth about the thinness of the world. I looked at Celas and Elise, and then at my own reflection in the jagged glass of the window. I looked tired, older, and haunted, but I also looked solid. "We're still here," I whispered to the night. The fire popped, a spark jumping out and landing on the hearth. I watched it glow for a second before it went out, leaving behind a tiny, perfect circle of ash. Tomorrow, we would find the people who belonged to that other light. We would tell our stories, and we would listen to theirs. We would build a map of the holes in the world, and we would learn how to bridge them without falling in. The house was still out there, drifting in the sea of static, searching for its lantern. But as I closed my eyes and let the warmth of the fire pull me towards sleep, I knew it wouldn't find us. We had learned the secret of the dark. It only has power if you're afraid to be the light. And we weren't afraid anymore. We were the fire in the ruin, the star in the valley, the heartbeat in the silence. We were the ones who walked away, and we were finally, truly going home, even if home was just a place we had to build for ourselves, one stone at a time, in the middle of the empty. The vibration in my chest finally stopped. The bees under my skin went to sleep. The world was just the world again, and for now, that was enough. The dawn did not break so much as it dissolved the ink of the night into a gritty, functional gray. I woke with my hand cramped around the iron poker, my muscles screaming from the cold that had seeped through the gaps in the cottage's fieldstone walls. Celas was still deep in a heavy, twitching sleep, his breath hitching occasionally as if he were navigating a difficult conversation in his dreams. Elise was awake. She sat by the cold hearth, the shard of granite resting in her palm. She had spent the night scrubbing it clean of the mechanic's residue. The silvery sheen was gone, replaced by a dull, honest matte. "The light across the valley," she said without looking at me. "It stayed until 3, then it just winked out. No fading, no embers." "Maybe they put it out to stay hidden," I suggested, though the hollow feeling in my gut told me otherwise. "Or maybe the house caught up," she countered. She stood, pocketing the stone. "We should move while the mist is heavy. It hides the shape of things." We woke Celas, who looked diminished. The vibrant, terrifying clarity he'd possessed while humming against the mechanic had evaporated, leaving behind a boy who looked like he'd been scrubbed raw from the inside out. He didn't speak as we finished the last of the water and stepped out into the damp morning. The valley was a cathedral of hemlock and cedar, their boughs heavy with moisture that dripped with a rhythmic, clock-like precision. As we trekked toward the location where I'd seen the white light, the terrain shifted. The wild, chaotic growth of the high country gave way to something more structured. We found a stone wall, half collapsed and swallowed by ferns, then another. These weren't the impossible, shifting geometries of the Blackwood estate. These were the boundaries of old farms, the scars of people who had tried to carve a living out of the dirt a century ago. "Stop," Celas whispered. He wasn't looking at the trees. He was looking at the ground. Following his gaze, I saw it. A trail, not a deer path, but a set of prints. They were wide, flat, and unnervingly shallow, as if whoever made them weighed almost nothing. They led straight toward a cluster of oaks that seemed too large, too ancient for this part of the valley. Those aren't the mechanics, Elise noted, her voice low, and they aren't the lantern mans. They're barefoot. We followed the tracks with a caution that bordered on paranoia. Every snapping twig sounded like a gunshot. Every rustle of a squirrel felt like a lunging shadow. The tracks led us to a clearing dominated by a massive, hollowed-out oak. Its trunk was a gnarled mass of burls and scars, wide enough to house a small room. In front of it sat a man. He was old, impossibly old, his skin like parchment that had been soaked in tea and dried in the sun. He wore a tattered coat made of stitched-together pieces of canvas and leather, and he was hunched over a small, portable stove that looked like it belonged in a 1950s camping kit. He was boiling a tin of water. "You're late," the old man said. He didn't look up. The tea's almost bitter. I stepped forward, the iron poker lowered but not discarded. "Who are you?" "A neighbor," he said, finally lifting his head. His eyes were a milky, clouded blue, the color of a winter sky just before a storm, or a ghost. Depends on which side of the fence you're standing on today. "Sit. The ground is wet, but the roots are dry." We sat, drawn by the sheer normalcy of the boiling water and the smell of cheap black tea. Celas huddled close to the heat, his eyes fixed on the old man's hands. They were stained with something dark, not grease, but ink. "I saw your light," I said, "across the valley." "And I saw yours," the man replied, pouring the water into 4 mismatched ceramic mugs. He handed them out with a steady hand. "Though yours had a bit too much green in it for my liking. You've been to the house." "We left the house," Elise corrected him, her eyes narrowed. "We walked away." The old man chuckled, a dry, wheezing sound. "Nobody walks away from the Blackwood place, girl. You just take the hallway with you. You're just in a very long corridor right now. One with trees and a sky, but a corridor nonetheless." "We broke the mechanic," I said, a flash of defensive anger rising in me. "We grounded the wire. We're out." The old man sipped his tea, wincing at the heat. "The mechanic is a fuse. You blow a fuse, the house just waits for the surge to pass and flips the switch back. You want to be truly out, you have to stop being part of the circuit." He reached into the folds of his coat and pulled out a heavy, leather-bound ledger. He laid it open on his knees. The pages were covered in dense, frantic handwriting and sketches of gears, floor plans, and faces. I saw a sketch of the man with the lantern. I saw a sketch of the mechanic. And on the last page, still wet with fresh ink, I saw a sketch of us. "I'm the archivist," the man said. "The house needs a lantern to see, a mechanic to build, and an archivist to remember. Because the master forgets. He forgets that he's dead. He forgets that the world ended for him a long time ago. So I write it down. I keep the ledger of the haunting." "If you're part of it, why are you out here?" Celas asked. "Because I found a loophole," the archivist said, leaning in. "The house only owns what it can define. It defines the lantern by his light. It defines the mechanic by his tools. But it can't define a story that hasn't been finished. So I keep writing. I keep the ending just out of reach. As long as the story is to be continued, I can sit by this tree and drink my tea." He looked at me, his milky eyes boring into mine. "But you, Marcus, you're a problem. You're a lantern who won't carry the light. You're a hole in the house's logic, and the house hates a vacuum." "What do we do?" I asked. The hope I'd felt the night before was curdling. "You finish the circuit," the archivist said. "Not with wire, with blood and iron. You said you have a key." Elise reached for her pocket, but the archivist held up a hand. "Don't show it to me. I don't want to know where it is. If I know, the house knows. But the key isn't for a door, it's for a drain. He pointed toward the north, where the valley narrowed into a jagged gorge. There's a place called the sump. It's where all the gray collects. The house pumps its waste there, the memories it can't use, the people who broke too thoroughly to be tools, the shadows that lost their shapes. If you take that key to the sump and turn it, you drain the foundation. You let the house bleed out into the earth. And what happens to us? Celas asked. If the house bleeds out, do we go with it? The archivist didn't answer. He just went back to his tea. The story needs an ending, boy. I can't write it for you. I can only provide the ink. We left him there by the oak tree. As we walked away, I looked back once. The archivist was gone. There was no stove, no mugs, no smell of tea. Only the massive, hollowed-out tree and a single, leather-bound book lying in the mud. I ran back and grabbed it. The pages were blank now, except for the very last one. The lantern that walked away reached the sump. He had a choice, to be the light that guides the house or the hand that pulls the plug. The gorge was a place of perpetual twilight. The walls were slick with black moss, and the sound of rushing water was a constant, low-frequency thrum that made my teeth ache. This wasn't the clean, cold water of the mountain springs. This was thick, oily, and smelled of ozone and old dust. It pooled at the bottom of the gorge in a vast, swirling vortex that didn't seem to have a bottom. The sump. As we approached the edge, the vibration returned, but it wasn't the mechanic. It was the house itself. I could feel the rooms shifting miles away. I could hear the doors slamming in the wind. The sky above the gorge began to distort, the clouds stretching into the shape of a massive, gabled roof. It's here, Celas whispered, clutching his chest. It's trying to settle. It's trying to build itself on top of us. The air grew heavy, the pressure dropping so fast my ears popped. In the center of the swirling, oily pool, a structure began to rise. It wasn't a house yet, just the skeleton of one timbers made of bone-white mist, windows that were nothing but voids of absolute darkness. "The key, Elise," I yelled. She pulled the silver-edged stone from her pocket. The metal key was still embedded in it, glowing with a fierce, blinding white light now. It hummed with a frequency that countered the house's thrum, a sound of pure defiance. "How do we turn it?" she cried, the wind whipping her hair across her face. "There's no lock." I looked at the swirling vortex, then at the skeletal house rising from the muck. "The sump is the lock. Throw it in." "No." The voice came from the mist. It was the man with the lantern. He stood on the opposite rim of the gorge, his face a mask of sorrow. He wasn't holding the lantern anymore. His hands were empty, and his skin was translucent, showing the flickering green embers where his heart should be. "If you drop it, the dark goes everywhere," he shouted. "The house is a cage, Marcus. It keeps the gray inside. If you drain the sump, the world becomes the house." "He's lying," Celas screamed. "He just wants his job back." I looked at the man, then at the key, then at the rising nightmare in the pool. The man with the lantern wasn't moving to stop us. He looked tired. He looked like he'd been carrying that light for 1,000 years and just wanted to sleep. He's not lying, I realized, but he's not telling the whole truth either. The house isn't a cage. It's a parasite. It needs us to give the gray a shape. I grabbed the stone from Elise. The metal was so cold it burned. "Marcus, what are you doing?" she asked, her voice cracking. "I'm not throwing it in," I said. "I'm grounding it." I looked at Celas. "Sing, the song from the radio, the one that makes the rhythm change." Celas didn't hesitate. He began to hum, then to sing, a wordless, haunting melody that seemed to catch the wind and turn it into music. The skeletal house shuddered. The green light in the lantern man's chest flared and then dimmed. I knelt at the edge of the gorge and pressed the key against the solid rock of the mountain. "We aren't tools," I whispered, "and we aren't the lights." I slammed my fist down onto the stone, driving the key into a narrow crack in the granite. The reaction was instantaneous. The silver metal didn't melt, it expanded. It raced through the cracks in the mountain like mercury, turning the black stone into a brilliant, reflective mirror. The oily water in the sump began to clear, the gray sludge turning into pure white foam. The skeletal house screamed, a sound of rending wood and shattering glass that echoed through the entire valley. It didn't sink, it shattered. The mist was sucked down into the vortex, drawn in by the silver veins I'd introduced to the earth. The man with the lantern looked at his hands. They were turning solid. The green glow was fading, replaced by the pale, healthy color of living flesh. He looked at me, gave a single, slow nod, and then he simply walked away into the trees, a man once more. The silver light flared one last time, a pulse that swept across the valley, through the trees and over us. It felt like a fever breaking. The bird wires in my mind snapped. The weight on my shoulders vanished. When the light faded, the gorge was just a gorge. The water was just water, rushing over ordinary stones. The sky was clear, the morning sun finally burning through the last of the mist. Celas stopped singing. He sat down on the grass and burst into tears, not of fear, but of sheer, overwhelming relief. Elise sank to her knees beside him, her hand resting on the spot where the key had been. The metal was gone, fused entirely into the mountain. I stood up, my legs shaking. I looked at the iron poker in my hand and tossed it into the water. It splashed and sank, a piece of junk in a world of physical things. "Is it over?" Elise asked, looking up at me. I looked toward the south. The horizon was clear. There were no gabled roofs in the clouds, no silhouettes of shifting estates. "For us," I said, "it's over." We walked out of the valley together. It took 2 days to reach the first paved road. We looked like hell, covered in mud, our clothes torn, our eyes wide and haunted. A trucker stopped for us, a man with a thermos of coffee and a radio playing top 40 hits. He didn't ask questions. He just saw 3 people who had been through the ringer and offered us a lift to the nearest town. As we sat in the cab of the truck, the heater humming and the smell of diesel filling the air, I pulled the archivist's book from my jacket. I opened it to the last page. The writing had changed. The ink was no longer black or green. It was a simple, faded blue. The lantern, the mechanic, and the boy found the road. They didn't go home, for home was a place that had been swallowed by the gray. Instead, they went forward. They became the people who watch the edges. They became the ones who know that when a shadow moves against the wind, you don't run. You just keep your own light steady. I closed the book and looked out the window. The world was passing by in a blur of telephone poles and billboards. It was mundane. It was loud. It was beautiful. In the rearview mirror, for a split second, I thought I saw a flicker of green light in the distance, a house that wasn't there. But I blinked, and it was gone, just a reflection of the sun on a road sign. We were the ones who walked away, and as the truck carried us toward a city of millions, toward lives that would be quiet and small and wonderfully ordinary, I knew that the house would never find its lantern again. Because we weren't waiting for the door to be hung, we had already stepped outside.